all of that stuff, to the right hand side.
This?
Mute your microphone.
Court 10. The 30th Judicial District of the State of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated. Morning, Judge.
Before we get started, this is to the media, particularly those that are taking pictures and operating the camera. The next witness, face should not be filmed. And please make sure that you're careful not to take pictures of and video these families, either one of these families. Okay?
Your Honor, can you also let them know if they took some video of the family that played on the news last night, to stop playing it if they do any more?
Well, now that's out in the hallway.
Right.
I recognize that if they're following Mr. Govan around, they're going to be videoed.
I don't mind about Mr. Govan.
No, that's what I'm saying, but if they're around Mr. Govan, that also is going to happen. They probably don't need to exit the courtroom right behind him or with him and that kind of thing.
Right, it was just a break yesterday morning that we're filming the families that were coming in and going. I just didn't want that played. I've made sure Mr. Govan only goes with me, so we don't have that issue of recognizing.
Thank you.
So if they played it, I just don't want to play it again if we can prevent more damage.
Okay. That's out in the hallway.
Yes.
If we can, where's Officer? Get Officer Schaefer to go out and let them know they are not to be camera.
Boaz.
Officer Boaz, if you can can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can let the cameras know out in the hallway that they are not to video these families as they come and go out of the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Any pre-trial matters we need to take up?
No, yeah.
We can bring it through.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury is now entering into the courtroom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name, please.
The state calls Angela Arnold.
Angela Arnold.
Just stand right here, ma'am. Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, please.
Good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Angela Arnold, ANGELAARNOLD.
Ms. Arnold, are you familiar with someone named Cornelius Smith?
Yes,
How are you familiar with him?
dating my boyfriend
How long have you been with Ms. Smith?
since 2016.
Okay. And were you dating him in 2021?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Hernandez Govan?
I don't know him, but I've seen,
If
I
you were
know
look,
of him.
okay, but you've seen him before?
Yes,
If you could look around the courtroom and tell us if you see him here today?
yes.
Could you point him out and identify him for the record, please?
In a gray shirt with a gray tie.
For the record, she's identified Mr. Govan in court.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, if you could remove your gun. Thank you. And how are you familiar, or where have you seen Mr. Govan?
A couple of times riding with Cornelius over his house,
Over whose house?
over Govan's house.
So you and Cornelius Smith would go to Govan's house?
I would ride with him, yes.
Okay, would you ever go inside?
No,
So how do you know it was Govan's house?
because Cornelius told
Did you see Govan outside the home?
me, yes,
Okay. Do you know where this home is located?
on Bradley Street,
Okay. What area of town is that?
Orange Mound.
And on the times that you saw him at the home, did you ever speak to Mr. Govan?
No,
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Govan?
no,
And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you about discussions that he might have had with Mr. Govan?
yes.
So what did he tell you?
He said, something about a hit
A hit on who?
on Dolph.
So Cornelius Smith told you that he talked about a Dolph hit with Hernandez Govan.
Yes,
Okay. So do you remember when Mr. Smith told you about that conversation?
I can't remember the exact date.
Was it in 2021?
I can't remember.
Was it hot or cold outside? Do you
It
remember?
was hot outside.
Okay. And so when Mr. Smith told you about that discussion he had with Govan, did he ever tell you about a dollar amount?
He mentioned a dollar amount.
Do you remember what that dollar amount was?
It was between $1 million and 1.5.
Okay. And so this discussion that y'all had, was it before Adolph Horton was killed?
Yeah,
Okay. And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you any specifics about this hit on Dolph?
no,
Okay. Did he tell you when and where they were going to do it?
no,
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Mr. Smith ever have, well, let me back up a little bit. Do you know someone by the name name of Anthony Mims or Big Joe?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Smith ever have direct contact with Big Joe?
No.
So how would he, if he communicated at all with Big Joe, how did he do that?
He said he would talk to Govan, send a message through him, and he would get a message to Juke. And Juke would talk to Govan, and Govan would tell them a message.
Okay. So Govan was the link between Mr. Smith and Big Joe.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to November 17th, 2021. Do you know where you were that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at his dad's house before I went home.
Whose dad's house?
Cornelius.
Okay. And was Mr. Smith there as well?
Yes.
How long were y'all there for?
Well, I had left. I can't remember.
When did you leave?
It was, I can't remember the time, but I know I had left and went home.
Did you leave alone?
Yes.
So Mr. Smith wasn't with you?
I had took him to work.
Okay. You took Cornelius Smith to work?
No,
Who did you take to work?
his dad.
Okay. And so when you left the house that day, was Cornelius Smith still at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see him leave the house?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you remember him getting any calls that morning before you left his dad's house?
He got a phone call.
Okay. So Cornelius Smith got a phone call before you left.
Yes.
Do you happen to know who that call was from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall anyone coming to the house before you left?
I signed a car pulled up, but I can't tell you who was in it.
Okay. What kind of car was it?
It was a white car.
Do you know the make or the model of the car?
No, I don't.
Was it a truck? Was it a sedan?
It was a car. It wasn't an SUV or nothing.
Okay. And you said you don't know the other person in the car?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Smith get into the car at all?
No, I had pulled up.
Okay. And where exactly did this person pull up to? Was it right in front of Cornelius's?
It was across the street.
Okay. Do you know if that car was there for Cornelius Smith?
I really don't.
Okay. And so I want to go to later on that day, November 17th, 2021. Did Cornelius Smith contact you later that day?
Yes.
Okay. How did he contact you? Did he call you?
He called me.
Okay. Did he call you from his usual phone number?
Mm-mm. I
Okay.
didn't recognize the number.
Okay. And so he called you, and what did he say to you?
Told me to come pick him up.
From where?
2-lane apartments.
Okay. Have you ever been to 2-lane apartments before?
No, I had.
Okay. So he told you where he was. Did you go and pick him up?
Yes.
And when you picked him up, what kind of car were you driving?
My car?
Yeah.
I had a Chevy Trax.
What color was it?
Like a dark gray.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6, the video. Does that car look familiar?
Yes.
Is that your car?
Yes.
And who were you waiting on at that point?
Cornelius.
And who's that walking out right there?
It's Cornelius with a bag in his hand.
Is Cornelius in the black?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, is he walking towards your car?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a screenshot of some surveillance footage from that same time and that same place, could you recognize it?
David, yes or no?
Yes.
I need for you to say it.
I'm sorry.
Up in the top left corner of that picture, right on the edge, do you see Cornelius Smith? do you see your car?
Yes.
Your Honor, we ask this photo to be entered as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
So this is a, photo of a parking lot, several cars in the lot, apartment complexes, around the picture, in the edge of the picture. And on the very left edge of the picture is, who has been identified as, Kenny Smith with the bag. We'll mark this as exhibit 7. This trial.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish in the jury? So Ms. Arnold, I'm actually gonna give you this pointer. And this very first button, if you could use it to kind of circle where Cornelius Smith is and where your car is. The very first button, the top one.
Because you might not be able to do it through your screen. You want to step down, step right there and see if you can point it. Here. Where's the phone number?
It should be your Honor.
That's the top button.
You have to ask them. Miss, let me see if it's working. Give it back to.
Yeah.
It was. Let's try.
Yep.
There it is.
You just have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay, so that person right there, that's Cornelius Smith.
Yes.
And the car next to him, is that your car?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So Mr. Smith, he got in your car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when he got into your car, did he talk to you at all?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He been hit
So he got shot?
in
Okay. Do you know where he got shot at?
the shoulder.
Did he tell you how he got shot?
Yeah.
So how did he tell you he got shot?
He said he got shot when they went up there and Makita's cookies, and he said they were shooting it off, and when he got back to the car, someone shot back at them, and he got shot in the shoulder.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that incident? Did he ever tell you why he didn't call you from his own number?
He said that he put his phone in the car,
In which car?
the Mercedes.
Okay. Did he tell you where the car was?
No, he didn't tell me where it was.
Okay. Well, did he try to get his phone back?
Yes.
How do you know that?
He told me we need to go up there and get his phone out the car, and he got in touch with GoVan, and we went up the pressure wire.
Okay. So he got in touch with GoVan. Did he use your phone to do that?
I can't remember.
Okay. So one way or another, he got in touch with GoVan.
Yes.
Okay. And when y'all left 2 Lane Apartments, where did y'all go?
It's a pressure wire.
Did y'all immediately go to Pressure World, or did y'all make a stop beforehand?
Well, we stopped at the gas station across the street. He got him a cigarette.
Okay, so after y'all left the gas station, y'all went to Pressure World.
Mhm.
And when you got to Pressure World, who was there?
GoVan.
Okay. And was he inside of his car, or was he outside?
He was inside of a car.
Okay, do you remember what kind of car it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so were you driving at that point?
Yes.
Okay, so you parked the car, And did Cornelius stay in the car, or did he stay, or did he get out?
He got out and went back there where he was. Govan got out of the car and they walked to the back and they was talking. I didn't hear the conversation because I was in my car.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything?
No.
Did you ever speak to Govan at all?
No.
But you saw him at the car wash that day? Okay. Did you see Govan, Mr. Govan, give Mr. Smith anything? AutoZone.
To get a car cover.
So did Smith tell you that you needed a car cover?
No, the car cover was supposed to be for the cover of the car that I guess they used.
Okay. Did he tell you that anyone told him to get a car cover?
No, he didn't.
Okay, he just said, we need to go to AutoZone and get a car cover. Okay. What time was this?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you said it was the same day that you got the phone from Pressure World?
Mhm.
Can you say yes or no, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So y'all got to AutoZone, and did you go inside, or did Mr. Smith go inside?
I can't remember.
Okay. But was a car cover purchased at all?
Yes,
And how do you know that?
cause it was purchased, but I can't remember who bought it.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And was it in an AutoZone bag or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened after y'all left AutoZone?
We rolled around, tried to get him some pain meds, cause he said he was hurt.
Okay. After y'all rode around and tried to get him some pain meds, where did y'all end up?
We ended up at his dad's house because he was bleeding real bad and he wanted to change clothes.
Okay. And did he change clothes?
Mm-hmm.
What happened while
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And what happened when y'all got to the house and once he changed clothes?
He changed clothes and he went in the bathroom. I was sitting in his bedroom and he passed out and I got him up off the floor.
Okay. And what happened after you got him off the floor?
We left.
Who was we?
Me and Cornelius left.
Okay, so y'all left his dad's house.
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
We ended up at his aunt's house.
Okay. And just for the jury's clarification, where is Cornelius Smith's dad's house located?
Wild Rose.
Okay. About how far away is it from the house that you remember Mr. Govan being at?
It's not far.
Okay. Would you say less than 5 minutes?
I'd say about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
So I'm gonna ask another question. So was there ever a time where during this time, did Mr. Smith ever ask you to drop him off and spin the block and then come back and get him?
Yes.
Okay, where were y'all when this happened?
That day, it was dark outside, and he wanted to wipe. He said, "Wipe the prints." He thought his fingerprints was on the car. He wanted to wipe his prints off the car. So I pulled up at the top of Bradley Street. He got out, and I hit the block and came back and picked him up.
Okay, and you said this was nighttime.
Yes,
And when was what? Do you remember what day this was?
I don't.
Okay, was it before or after you got the car covered?
I don't remember.
So let's fast forward a little bit. Just about a week or so later, did you stay in Memphis?
Yes.
So you were in Memphis the week after that?
Well, the Thanksgiving night, we went to Atlanta. I had a job offer. So we left like 4 o'clock that morning because I had to go get a TB skin test read. So we made it up there, and I got a text from Greater Hospital saying that orientation had been canceled, and they'll let me know when the next orientation will be. So we left like that Sunday and came back to Memphis.
So how long were y'all in Atlanta for?
From just a weekend, I say from we left that Thursday night. Well, Friday and Saturday, we came back Sunday.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit into December. Did Mr. Smith ever say that he talked to Govan after the murder? Did he ever tell you that he ran into Govan
Yes.
after the murder?
Yes.
Okay, when did he tell you that?
He said he was he was in South Memphis going to get some pills, and he ran into him in traffic. He blew the horn. Govan turned around, made a U-turn, and got behind him. He said they got out, and Govan was like, "I've been looking for you. You good? You all right?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm good." He said, Govan was like, "I don't know what you done heard, but I ain't said nothing. But we gonna get this money." And he said something about going to Privé. Then he gonna make sure that he get his money.
So the next day, after this run-in with Mr. Govan in the street, did you see Mr. Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see him?
He picked me up from work. We was together.
Okay, and where did y'all go after he picked you up from work?
We went off his own house.
Okay. When was the last day that you remember actually seeing Mr. Smith?
Well, the day that he got picked up, I had a job interview after by the airport. I took my grandkids to school. I went to my job interview. We left the job interview. It was his daughter's birthday. He wanted to take her some cupcakes or something, so he had to talk to her mom to make sure it was okay. We went to the school. She called to verify that it would be okay.
Who is she?
Shay, his baby mom.
Okay.
So we left there. We went to Kroger, got some cupcakes and stuff, and he dropped me off at work.
Okay. And that was the last time you remember seeing him?
Mm-hmm.
And to your knowledge, was he arrested that day?
Yes. He left me stranded at work. I didn't realize he had got locked up until the next day, because I was stranded at work. He was in my car. He had my phone, so I had no way of calling him or anything. So the next day when I got up, my daughter took me over his baby mom's house, and that's when I found out that he had got arrested.
Have you ever spoken to police about this whole situation?
Yes,
Did you speak to them multiple times?
twice.
That first time, did you tell them everything that you told us today?
Yeah,
The first
some
time?
of it. I held back some information
Okay.
the first time. So the second time I went down there, I told them everything. Because I told them I was scared for my family.
I'll pass the witness around.
Yeah, just get up a minute. Switch up the computers after us on one off for us tomorrow.
How do I make him a moderator? Just press the show.
Give me 1 second until we get it. All right, Mr. Arnold, my name is Manny, or I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan in this case, okay?
Okay.
It's clear you don't want to be here today, do you?
No, I don't.
Speaking of talking to folks, how many times have you talked to the government before today, being the prosecutors?
The police,
The police or the prosecutors here today?
I talked to the police. I came down here 201. I talked to the police twice.
Okay,
And I talked to those ladies once
when was that?
last week.
Okay, could it have been twice that they came by your house last week?
I wasn't there.
Okay, did you talk to them this morning?
Yes.
Did you watch any of this trial on TV yesterday?
Not much of it.
All right, but you watched some of it, the trial, so you heard what the
I
witnesses.
saw the beginning of it.
Did you see your boyfriend's testimony? None of it.
Yes or no?
No,
Why not?
I just couldn't watch it.
Okay, but you watched some of the trial yesterday before you testified. You're testifying here
Just the
today.
beginning of it.
Okay. Do you remember back on June 24th of 2025, your daughter had a baby, right?
Yes.
All right, you remember I came by your house to try to talk to you, and I came back the next day to talk to you, and you mentioned to me that you don't remember anything about this and you have nothing to say. You remember
I didn't talk to you.
that? Okay, so on June 24th, when you had your daughter, you know I came by your house, right? You remember that?
I didn't never see you.
With regards to Cornelia,
helping your lean security team slash attack dwell time and improve analyst productivity. Unifies and coordinates all tools within your stack. Includes essential capabilities like NGSIM, NDR, SOAR, TIP, and more. Combines machine learning with heuristics to automatically identify and correlate threats. Provides loads of intelligent automation capabilities. That's security that just works.
and with regards to what you testified to here today, I mean, everything's essentially what Cornelius has told you, right? You're just repeating what he said to you.
Yes.
Okay. So this thing about pressure world, well, let's take it one step at a time. Do you know who Bobby Carter is?
A friend of his.
Did Cornelius ever tell you about doing a shooting with Bobby Carter in the summer of 2021, a few months before Dolph was killed?
No.
Did he ever tell you doing any type of shooting or trying to shoot somebody named Moochie Gray?
No.
But Bobby Carter's a friend of his, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Bobby Carter.
I've seen him.
And with regards to Mr. Govan, how long have Cornelius and Mr. Govan been hanging out? It's been a while, right?
Yes.
All right. So by a while, I mean, they've known each other for a long time.
I would say.
Okay. So you're not talking about a couple weeks or a month. He's known him for a while. He buys his pills from him. He hangs out at Bradley, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to make sure my definition of a while is the same as yours. So if I said I just met somebody a couple of weeks ago, that wouldn't be accurate. He's known Mr. Govan for a while.
From my knowledge, for some months.
Okay. And he would then go do pill sales with him. He'd go buy pills at his house.
Yes.
But he'd also buy pills from Bobby Carter.
I'm not sure.
When you talked to the police, do you remember telling them that Cornelius would buy pills from a street called Redbud on Redbud Street?
Yes.
Okay. Who lives on Redbud Street?
I don't know the girl name, but somebody he know and buy pills from.
Okay. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Mr. Govan is a federal snitch?
He said he heard something like that.
All right. Was that before or after the shooting of Mr. Govan?
After.
Okay. With regards to the Pressure World, you familiar with Pressure World?
Yeah, it's like yeah.
You've been there a bunch, you recognize it?
I ain't been there a bunch.
How many times you been there?
I don't never go there. I drive by there.
Okay. Would you recognize it if I showed you some pictures of it?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you about 10 or 12 pages. If you can just look through it and tell me if this is the Pressure World that you recognize.
Yes.
And that's what Pressure World looked like on that day on the 17th when you guys went there to meet Govan to pick up the phone, right?
Yeah.
It's true and accurate of how you remember it looking back in November of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish those. I don't know if it's 12 or 15 photos. I can count it, but I'd like to offer that in evidence.
Are we entering
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Why not, do we know when these pictures were taken?
Well, I just asked her, is there true and accurate copies of when it is? And she said yes, so it doesn't matter.
She says that's what they look like at the time,
Okay.
that she went by there with Mr. Smith. I'll take a little sticky off.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. It just says original, so I don't get the copies mixed up.
So these are. So are all of these necessary?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually do have a point.
Now, these aren't all of Pressure World. So look at the last four.
The last 3 are Pressure World just close-ups, but the other one is a business across the street, so I can pull that.
It's 3 pictures. And 4.
4 of them.
Yeah.
That's close-up, right?
You don't want to approach. Sorry.
to make this one exhibit, Your Honor?
So this is a collective exhibit, it's 14 pictures of the pressure world business. It's several pictures, different angles, different parts of the building, including the office. We'll make this a collective exhibit 8. And you can lay a foundation for this.
I believe. All right, can I publish the photos, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. And folks, this is gonna be really hard to see because the TV's so far away, but I don't have a pointer, so I'll try to explain.
You can use the space corner, I'm sure.
It'll work?
Yeah,
Oh.
That's good.
This one? Okay.
Yes.
It's in USB for
It's okay, we'll figure it out. They used to do this for hundreds of years, I'll figure it out. That's what pressure word looked like back then, as you just testified, right?
You have to drive it then.
Yeah, I understand. So that's the opening, right, where you get in where it says pressure room?
Yes.
So I'm gonna hand you the photos so you can go through them closely because it's hard to see. You see this camera right over here? That's the pressure room. I know it's a little hard to see. And so I've got lots of angles of all the different cameras that I'm going to ask you. You see those in the photos at pressure room. You see that, right?
At the top,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't make it out, but it look like a camera.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, just a different angle of the entrance from pressure roll, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. And you see the sign right at the entrance pressure roll that says this place is under video monitoring. Beware, warning, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. You see that camera? Can we make it bigger, please? You see that camera on the top right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this, there's a big mural on the pressure wall right there,
Yeah.
home of the Grizzlies. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Zoom in on this one. And so this is sort of the side of the business. You see the black camera there and the light camera thing, whatever that is, and then another white camera right there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You guys were parked on the side, right?
It was like in the front.
Oh, in the front, okay. But the gentleman went to the side to talk or something, you said, go back.
Well, I pulled in, I turned around, I was facing the street. He got out and he walked to the back to talk to him.
Right, you mentioned that you didn't know if you thought Govan was in the car, but you couldn't see anything, right?
When I pulled in, I saw him get up. When he got out, I was looking at my mirrors, he got up out of the car.
Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So on the side, there's 2 more cameras. I don't think I know one's the camera, I can't tell, but there's 2 more cameras there. Do you see that?
On this one.
I think my associate has skipped ahead one. Just skip ahead one photo and then we'll go back to it.
This
This one right here.
You see the cameras there on the other side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, zoom in, and you see 2 more cameras on the left side front of the building. You see one on the right side and one on the left side?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so this is right towards the front where you saying there's a mural of the car we saw with a camera to the side. You see there's more cameras right there. In fact, it's a motion camera, so if you walk up there, the little dots come on. You see that camera?
Yes,
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, just a close-up of the same camera, right?
yes,
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so that's the business across the street. You familiar with that at all? Have you seen it?
the store?
Yeah.
Yes,
All right, is that the store you guys went to get cigarettes?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, you just mentioned a gas station or something, but a convenience store can be a gas station.
That was once we left the apartments.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so I think we've already looked at this one, but there's cameras there on the side. You see it in the far back of the building? One more slide, please. That's just a close-up. Go ahead. All right, zoom in. And so on the back side, you see cameras there as well with the wires sticking out and stuff?
Yes,
Okay, so with the cameras, they're in the front, they're on both the sides, they're by the office, they're in the back, and it warns you that this is under video surveillance, right?
yeah,
Okay. And you told the police specifically that you went to pressure roll. That was your words, right?
yes, we did.
Okay. Can we cue up the audio, please? The pressure roll. I just want you to listen to your statement, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay? Can you turn up the sound? Do we have a TV remote to turn up the sound?
Come up from,
Go back a little.
when you pick them up, when you pick them up from, the two lanes, you guys went somewhere in Deidre, am I right?
Was,
In the mountain, on Dedrick. Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. When your boyfriend went and picked up something.
Stop that. Play it again.
Okay.
Play it again and play it louder. Did you say I don't remember, right? When he asked you about picking up something with your boyfriend, he's sort of prompting you to whatever, and you said you don't remember. Is that correct? You're gonna have to speak up so the jury can hear you. Okay, let's go.
Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. When your boyfriend went and picked up something.
I don't remember, right?
yeah,
Okay, keep going.
Okay, finish what you're doing.
It's Kaniz, he shot drop, he shot down with a drop.
Now, hold on before you go to that. Doing, you call, go to the store, you're also.
There's a lot to love about a new Subaru. You'll find yours at Subaru of Kennesaw on Barrett Parkway. The Subaru A Lot to Love event is happening now. Take home a new Subaru Outback or Crosstrek Sport and take advantage of 1.9% financing. Shop us online for more great offers and get ready to love your new Subaru. Subaru of Kennesaw.
Okay, and then, where did you, when you asked him who fucking folder is this?
I did.
All right, then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something, that he needed to go back and get? Right,
What did you say there? What did you say there when he said, did you say no, that you don't remember him saying it to go get something?
I can't remember what he said.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Play it again.
Fucking phone is this?
I did.
All right, then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something, that he needed to go back and get? Right.
All right, so when they ask you about having to go do anything, your first thing, and this is December 17th, exactly 30 days after the shooting, you said you don't remember to the police, right?
Yes.
And then they ask you, wasn't there something your boyfriend said that you forgot, or something that he needed to go get, or those kinds of things? They're prompting you, right? To tell you what you're supposed to say.
I wouldn't say
Okay. Let's talk about Govan. Play that clip, please.
What's the guy? He asked him to, cause drop people, figured I knew something, he was like, nah, my girl don't know nothing. My girl don't know nothing. And what's this guy's name? He stay on Brad. The car was found across the street from his house.
What about him? He was asking what?
He in the middle of this too.
Okay. We got an idea what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some pills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name begins with? Okay.
What's the beginning of that first? You know?
That's cute. You ever cute? You know? What is it? Okay.
All right. So a month after all this happens, they're asking you about something, because your memory was really good today about Quet, and you seemed very calm and collected about it. But back then, when they asked you what the guy's name was, and you said Cornelius had already told you Quet or Govan had been doing it.
Yes.
But the police had to ask you over and over and over again and tell you, was it a guy with the initial Q, right, on Bradley Street?
Yeah, but I had forgot his name.
Okay, so you forgot his name 1 month after that, and 4 years later, you remember it perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Bobby Carter also lives there on Bradley Street, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also sells pills.
I know he sold them.
Okay, but your boyfriend Cornelius hung out with Bobby Carter, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the thing about the car being across the street, that's Cornelius telling you that. You have no knowledge of that, right?
Well, I saw it on the news, and before then, he told me that the car was parked. That Justin parked the car behind the empty house across the street.
Okay. So he told you that, and then you saw more things on the news, and that's how you remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also watched part of the trial yesterday, just not your boyfriend's part, right?
Right.
Okay. With regards to who's responsible for all this, 1 second. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting of Dolph?
No.
Okay. You're sure about that? Because I'm going to play a video just now, so I'm going to ask you again.
I can't recall.
Okay, well, no is different from I can't recall.
Okay, I can't recall.
Okay, so let's play that part of the video. Just remember, you're under oath.
Bobby. His brother Bobby was the one caught with a gun. So police would come because he was in on it too.
All right, so you just said Cornelius told you that Bobby's the one that called us Mercedes in because Bobby was in on it too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again. Bobby Carter lives on Bradley Street. He's in on the shooting. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, and that was just a month after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to pressure wound and all the cameras we saw there, what time of day did you get the pressure wound?
It was in the daytime.
Any ballpark as to when in the daytime? Lunchtime, dinner time, mid-afternoon?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And so after you were pressure wound, you guys went to AutoZone?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Cornelius that said we need to get a car cover for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone, I assume, just not too far from where you guys were at pressure wound?
Okay.
Okay. And do you remember the video cameras at AutoZone? Would you imagine that there's surveillance cameras at a big store like AutoZone?
I imagine so.
Okay. And do you remember if you went in or if your boyfriend went in?
Okay.
Do you have any idea how you guys paid for it?
He had cash.
Okay. Was that his cash?
He go and gave him some money. I don't know how much it was.
Okay. So now you're saying, because we talked about the meeting, you said he got his phone supposedly, even though you didn't see it, but now you're saying he also got some money from Govan?
Yeah.
Okay. How much money did he get? Okay. Car covers can cost $50 to $200. You have any idea what kind of car cover it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. What happened to the car cover?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it at your house when you guys bought it to take it home?
No.
Where did you take it?
It was in my truck, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. With regards to the money that, well, first, are you testifying to this jury that Cornelius, prior to Dolph being killed, told you that he was going to do it?
He was telling me about meetings that they had, conversations that they
Okay. You're his girlfriend, and what did you think those meetings were about?
had. I didn't take it serious.
What did he tell you about these meetings prior to the murder?
He was just saying that they wanted to put a hit out on Dolph.
And that was okay with you as his
I
girlfriend?
didn't take it serious because at the time Cornelius was popping pills really bad.
Okay. Cornelius has lied to you a lot over your relationship, has he not?
Yes.
All right. And you've had domestic violence issues?
Yes.
He's stolen your TVs and sold them?
Yes.
He's taken your guns
Yes.
and sold them, right? The 9mm handguns.
Yes.
Is there any chance he used those guns as part of the shooting?
I don't think so.
All right. And how many shootings do you know Bobby to have done over the years?
I don't know.
More than 3 or 4, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cornelius. I asked you about Bobby. Cornelius took your guns, and you don't know how many times he may have used those, right?
I don't.
You do know that he pulled a gun on his child's mother sometime during your relationship. I'm just asking her if she knows. They've been dating for 9 years now.
What relevance?
Approach.
speaking of when Cornelius has lied to you, he also told you he was going to get like $1.5 million for doing this, right?
Yes,
And then it became maybe $1 million.
yes.
Then it became maybe $500,000.
I don't recall it.
Okay. And then maybe $100,000. You remember that?
I don't recall it.
And then do you remember $50,000?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Jook's attorney paying for Cornelius's lawyer?
I don't.
Okay. With regards to the AutoZone, pressure roll is right after the shooting. You picked him up, he's bleeding, right?
Yes,
And you said he's bleeding a lot,
yes.
right? What does that mean, bleeding a lot to you?
He was bleeding so the point he messed up my seats on my truck.
Okay. The bullet was lodged in his shoulder, right?
Yes,
So who got it out? Because you can't just survive with a bullet stuck in your body with a hole that's leaking blood.
he didn't get the bullet out of him, so he came down here at 201.
Okay. So he stayed.
These service specials at Conyers Nissan are only for you, the person watching this ad. Take a screenshot or mention this ad when you arrive for your appointment and get an oil change for $44.95 or $30 off any brake job. The choice is yours, but hurry. It's for a limited time only at Conyers Nissan.
Arrested on December 9th. So he had that bullet. So how was he treating all that bleeding that was going on or not getting an infection?
Well, when I picked him up, his wound was already patched up.
Okay. When you picked him, it was patched up, but then you said he was still bleeding.
He was still bleeding.
Okay. On the day that he was arrested, the jury's heard some testimony about what happened. Is it your testimony that you were with Cornelius that morning?
That the shooting happened?
No. The day he's arrested, December 9th, his daughter's birthday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if somebody said it was just him alone, that would not be correct, right? You were with him.
Yes.
Okay. So that morning, did he appear normal to you?
Yes.
He was thinking clearly?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. I mean, he wasn't drunk or high or any of that kind of stuff. He just,
He took some pills for the pain.
okay. But pain pills, right? All right. So he wasn't intoxicated because you wouldn't let him drive if that was the case, right?
He wasn't intoxicated.
Okay. And so then you went with him to the grocery store to get the balloons and the cake.
Yes.
All right. And then you guys went to the school to drop that stuff off.
You know, he dropped me off at work and
Okay.
he went back.
All right. And as far as you knew on that day, he wasn't intoxicated. He'd taken some pills for the pain.
Yes.
The night that he was going to go clean the car, do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
You dropped him off near Bradley Street, right?
Yes, at the top of the street.
Right. And then you went around the block how many times before he came back?
I'd say once.
All right. Just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dropped him off. He goes to clean the car. Did he have some bleach products and stuff with him?
He had some products. I don't know what kind of products it was, but yes, he did.
He had some bottles in his hand that he said. Okay. So he leaves the car with some bottles in his hand, as far as you know, clean something. And in about 2 minutes, he's back and you pick him up and off you go, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, you know, these meetings and all that. I'm going to play some sound for you. And I want you to tell me, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about it.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
It's not very Wait, Matt. You said everything came from a higher power, right? Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, play it back and let's let her hear it again.
And we needed to talk to you.
That didn't come from me.
Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing.
It came from my house.
I got you. But you didn't have, who got it?
Yeah, I don't know who wants it.
No, I don't know, we don't.
It's all over the.
No, but you know what? You got access to the man that actually killed those. And he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop
Who told you that?
it. Stop. So this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power. And you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Jook did this, right?
Yeah.
All right, keep playing it.
And it came from you. No. Who told you that? Who's he? So he said it came from Jude. Jude being who? Because we want to make sure we're talking about the same Jude. Unfortunately, there's more than one Jude. CMG meaning Jude got his brother Jude?
Jude, yeah.
So when they asked you 2, maybe 3 times, it's Jook, CMG, Jook set all this stuff up. I know we've been talking about these meetings at Govan's house, but when it came down to it, Jook's giving the orders, Jook's paying, Jook's doing everything. That's what Cornelius told you, right?
Yes.
Let's do one more clip.
You know, I don't know what Juke says to him, or none of it, but he told me, he looked Juke in his eyes, inside that.
So you was the one that actually, they were over Q's house. And you was the one that asked him to kill to kill Dolph. No, but when you said, he said he told you.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
All right, so again, when they ask you, where did the order come from? Who told him? Who was going to do that? It's always Jook, right?
That's what he said.
All right, and so the meetings, does Cornelius use the word meeting a lot with you? Or was he just over at Govan's house to buy pills and hang out with his friend?
A lot of time I was at work, so him going over there, a lot of times I wasn't around, but the couple of times that I took him over there, he was buying pills.
Okay. And again, everything is based on what Cornelius has told you.
Yes.
The guy that you said has lied to you about a lot of stuff, including, for example, he may get back together with his child's mother after he gets this money.
He never told me that.
Never told you that. But if he would have made that statement and we talked about it yesterday, that would be, he's never told you that, right?
He never told me that.
Does he ever say he runs game on you? Just telling you what you want to hear?
Sometimes.
Okay. Let's get out a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect that?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Arnold, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions about the pressure world pictures that you just gave, okay?
Okay.
All right. Have you ever worked at pressure world?
No.
Would you know where any cameras are?
No.
And like you said in your direct testimony, you stated that this was the first time that you ever driven up into pressure world.
Yes.
Okay. So you've driven past before.
All the time.
Okay, but you wouldn't have known about any cameras just by driving past.
Objection, meeting adjourned.
So by driving past, would you see anything at Pressure World by driving past it?
No.
Okay. And you gave this statement to police officers. It was December 17th from the recording that you just viewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a month after the murder, correct?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, do you know if the cameras at Pressure World records interactions outside of Pressure World?
I don't know.
Do you know if it runs on a continuous basis and stays somewhere in the cloud?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm gonna have you. And Ms. Arnold, do you even know if the cameras would be even working?
I don't.
So I'm going to show you a portion of that same interview that Mr. Aurora showed you. Do you know if the TV volume is up? I think we fixed it, Your Honor.
Tell me. Nobody's gonna come for you.
I don't understand it. Quick. It's so.
You got that from side school. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
I don't know. Okay. I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name means, man?
What's the beginning of that person? You know?
That's cute. You ever cute? You know?
Nobody's gonna come for you.
I don't understand it. Quick, so.
So you said, to your understanding, Quet set this up?
Yes.
Okay. But earlier, I'm sorry, not earlier, but sometime in this interview, who did you say the order came from?
Sure.
Can those be two different people?
Yes.
The person that that planned it and the person that the order came from?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You couldn't think of Q or Quet's name when they were asking you that, right?
I could.
All right. prior to that, they told you would be charged as an accessory if you didn't talk to them because you helped somebody after the murder happened, right? By driving them. Yes, they did threaten to charge you, right? In that interview?
Yes,
In the very beginning of the interview?
yes.
All right. And so when you took a pause after we'd gone through this whole Q nonsense, and they asked you during this interview, who set it up, who did this? It was Juk. And they asked you some more. He's a higher power. It was Juk, right? That's what Cornelius told you.
Yes.
And Cornelius also told you Bobby Carter was involved in this case.
I don't recall.
Okay, I can play that clip for you again. You remember we just talked about it? Bobby Carter called in the Mercedes that was parked on Bradley Street.
Yeah, you did say that.
All right, and Cornelius told you Bobby Carter was in on it too? You remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to the video stuff, I'm sure you don't know if AutoZone's video cameras were working that day on the 17th, just a few hours after the murder, right?
I don't.
Okay. But you would expect police to go check that out to confirm that all these things happened, right? That would be a simple thing.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
You're sure they would, right? I
Yes.
would be sure too, but, we'll see about that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, How are you been doing this?
Donna, can we have just a small breakout, please?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a brief break. Don't discuss the testimony with anybody. And we'll just take a 10-15 minute break.
There's a recess.
So those videos can be watched, or is there any intention to put those in that?
No, Your Honor, we're just using.
You don't think the jury's gonna wanna actually listen to those things? I'm not saying that a clear played, but just those clips that y'all played. Cause you both played it.
I'll put the clips together. It just takes a while with the shitty Wi-Fi in here to get it here.
Don't stop that. It'll be good today. I'm not gonna stop. I know what you're thinking. I've been running long enough to know what's going on. It's good right there. Yeah, it's good right there.
It belongs to me.
In a century. No. No.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury is now entered into the courtroom.
So you may call your next witness.
They will call party Davney.
Step this way, sir. Stay right here, face Your Honor. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear on the front to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Watch this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your first and last name for the record?
First name is Terrence, Terence. Last name Davney, Davney.
And for the benefit of our jurors who may be taking notes, could you spell your first and last name?
Terence, Davney, Davney.
I'm sorry, I probably was the first time I speak. But it couldn't hurt for them to hear us. All right, and where are you employed?
I'm retired.
Retired. Where are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
I was with the police department for 26 years.
And what rank did you attain when you left Memphis Police?
I was a sergeant.
The sergeant there, were you with the Memphis Police Department back on November the 17th, 2021?
I was.
And did you participate or have a role in the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I did.
And what was your role in that?
I was the lead investigator of that homicide.
As a lead investigator, what does a lead investigator do?
Well, we sort of delegate with other investigators, delegate roles. We also gather evidence, fact findings, videos, whatever we do to obtain evidence for the case.
There were several suspects in this matter, were there not?
They were.
Did you also become involved in the investigation involving Justin Johnson?
I did.
Cornelius Smith?
I did.
And also Hernandez Golding?
I did.
So the homicide, when did that take place?
November 17th,
And of 2021?
2021, correct.
Did you have a suspect on that day?
We had a suspect named.
And what suspects? We're having a hard time this morning. What suspects did you have on that day?
The tip came in that there was a individual by the name of Straight Drop, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
On November the 20th, so a few days after this matter, was there significant development in the case?
Because we got a tip about a vehicle behind an abandoned house.
And you recall what street that was on?
Forgot the name of the street.
With the name Bradley?
Bradley, yes, right off the main, yes, Bradley.
Bradley and Haynes.
Yes.
I'd like to show you what it's, matter, yeah, flip.
This would be the location we located the Lexus. I mean, the vehicle.
You recall what vehicle?
It was a Mercedes, I think. Yeah, Mercedes.
All right, if we could have that in its evidence, that's the next number.
No objection.
This is a photograph of a house, a white house with black roof, with a grassy front yard, and driveway. It's been identified by the witness as the place where they found the Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit 9. Could you, for the benefit of our viewers, describe what we're looking at?
This one is
No,
the.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to describe this?
Yes.
Okay, that's White House. It's kind of cream color when I was there. It's kind of White House with a brown top, with cover over the front porch with wrought iron gate and the driveway to the left there.
And is this the house that you described that had, that you found the car on Brett?
That's correct.
You have another photograph for you, the first one that you're looking at. What are you looking at?
Looking at the numbers that are wrote, like someone handwritten on the side of the house.
And is that a very accurate depiction of the numbers as they were written on the house on the day?
Yes, 11-7.
Your Honor, if we could have the internet any objection to this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is what appears to be the side paneling of a building. It's been specified that it's the side of the house on Bradley, with the number 1174. We'll mark this as exhibit 10. Commissioner Pope. While we're working on it, you have another photograph in front of you.
Yes.
What are you looking at there?
Looking at part that was located, it was toward the rear of the house, on the side in the backyard, or the rear of the home.
And does that photograph depict anything of the
Picks the photo of the Mercedes Benz.
Darn, if we can enter that into evidence as to this is a picture of the side of the house with the back of what's been identified as the Mercedes Benz in the back of the house. There are 2 individuals standing in the yard, backyard. Your mark is exhibit 11. We're being passed another photograph. If you could, tell us what we're looking
Again, we're looking at the side of the home, where the driveway is, with the Mercedes Benz in the rear of the home, and two individuals standing slightly behind the Mercedes Benz.
at. All right, if we could enter that, have that entered as the next number to see.
No objection.
What's the difference between this picture and the last?
Aesthetic and what makeup, yeah. Like for us to approach.
Yeah. Bring the picture to the just mark it. She giving you the. It's right here too.
I have another photograph for you.
I do.
Could you describe what you're looking at?
This is a close-up picture of the Mercedes Benz. The rear of the Mercedes Benz is parked in the backyard, appears to be under some trees or limbs.
We can have the entered as the next.
This is what's been described as a close-up of the Mercedes Benz in the backyard amongst some limbs and trees. We'll mark this exhibit 12.
Yeah, about two more.
Yes, two more.
Could you describe the next photograph?
This next photo is a close-up of the front of the Mercedes Benz front, making the passenger side, again parked up under some bush.
We could have it entered as the next number.
This is a close-up of the front of the, what's been described as the Mercedes in the backyard amongst some limbs. We'll mark this exhibit 13.
And the last, if you could choose.
This next photo is a close-up of the passenger side of the Mercedes Benz. Looks to be the Mercedes Benz has some damage to the passenger side from the rear to the front almost, and the front door, the window is like it's down, and it's again parked up under the tree limbs.
We can have it entered into evidence as the next number.
This is the picture of the passenger side of the white Mercedes that's been described as in the backyard behind the house. There appears to be damage to the rear, possibly the door of the Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit 14.
Your Honor, permission to publish the last series of pictures that were.
When you publish, let me know what you want to publish.
We're showing what is previously been marked as exhibit number 11. Sergeant Davney, could you explain to us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the home at 1174, and this is a driveway on the left side of the house, and the Mercedes-Benz is in the rear of the house on the grass, surrounded by tree limbs, and we have two investigators, or two individuals.
Can't hear you, bro. Can't hear you. Are y'all all? Hello? Put it up to the microphone. You're not coming through. Can y'all hear the court?
Standing near the rear.
I paused the court.
On that gang. Can y'all hear me? What's Nope, nothing coming through. Take off the What's up, gang? What's up, OTG? What's up, y'all? I'm trying to talk to y'all. We got the trial on. We gonna keep the trial on. So y'all just sit back. What's up, gang? Y'all are they responding in the box? Can they hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, gang? G-Money, what's up? Hannah, what's up? I see all y'all in the box. What's up, man? What y'all got going on? That Cash App is on the board. Y'all support the gang. Y'all hit the like button, man. Hit the subscribe button. Man, it's been so long since I talked to y'all. But we still watching this case, man. Trust me, I see old Cornelius on the stand. But what I do want to talk to y'all about is pay attention to where they said Dolph was at. They said he was at the barber shop around the corner. Pay attention to that. Now, let's go back to Jay Fizzle doing that video inside that house in Castelia. I forgot what Dolph, his auntie, I forgot her name. But the house that was in Jay Fizzle video, now they saying in the trial that Dolph been around the corner at the barbershop, which matches up to what Marcus said. You know, that shit was like a movie. You feel me? But y'all understand what's going on. We predicted this shit, and I'm telling y'all what's going on here. Now they saying he was around the corner at the barbershop. But pay attention. I'm gonna be coming in from time to time speaking to y'all. I wish I could see what y'all really saying, but I'm just putting it in the box. I'm just freestyling right now. Going on. Well, my situation is, well, I haven't got a bond yet. You know what I'm saying? But I should be home soon. You know, y'all don't worry about me. I got this shit in the bag. But other than that, man, gang, I miss y'all, man. And y'all hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, man. Go ahead and start it back.
Passenger side of the vehicle.
And that's the vehicle with the red dot picture.
Correct.
I'd like to show you what is exhibit number 12. And could you describe for the jurors what we're looking at here?
That is a close-up photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the rear of the Mercedes-Benz with the Illinois tags, parked up under some tree limbs in the rear of the home.
And exhibit number 13 is what we'd like to show you next. Just tell us what we're reviewing here, exhibit number 13.
It's a close-up photo of the front passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz, parked on the grass and surrounded by some tree limbs.
And next, exhibit number 14.
This is the photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the passenger side, with damage. Again, photo of the passenger side of the Mercedes with damage on the rear and side door, and appears to be the windows down with the vehicle surrounded by tree limbs.
And what was the significance of this vehicle that was found?
That was described as a vehicle that was used in the homicide of Adolph Thornton.
And you said this was on Bradley Street, is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what has previously been marked. Previously been marked as exhibit number 5. As part of your investigation, do you recall seeing this?
Yes, I do.
And what does this picture, exhibit number 5?
I can see Justin Johnson straight drop on the picture. I see Mr. Hernandez Govan. Seeing maybe 2 other individuals, one facing here. See an individual in the rear with a mask on.
And as part of your investigation, when you found the vehicle, what significance does this picture show in relation to the vehicle?
The vehicle showed in the front of 1174 Bradley.
And it's also part of your investigation, was there a significance as to any other house on the record?
Yes, also in front of Hernandez Govan's home.
I'd like to fast forward.
Sure. Thank you.
Are you familiar with the pictures?
I am.
And what is that picture?
It's a top area view of the Bradley and Haynes Street where 1174 Bradley is, and also Mr. Govan's address.
Permission to publish.
You wanna enter it?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, this is the next one.
Alright, this is an aerial view of Bradley Street in Queens. Generated by Google Earth. We'll mark this as exhibit.
Permission. Sorry, but that, I don't know, it's a little bitty numbers, at least they are for me. I'd like to pass you, the clicker, and if you could, with the court's permission, could you step down and show us the significant addresses you described previously?
All right, that's 1174 Bradley there. Mr. Govan's address is directly across the street.
Also, as the case officer, be aware of other various investigations that were going on as part of this investigation.
Yes.
Did you were phones collected from various entities as part of this investigation?
They were.
And as part of the investigation, were there phone dumps already collected?
They were.
One last thing, you made it to the rank of sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also been an investigator and a detective coming through the ranks, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigating crime scenes or just going to different crime scenes, did you become aware of various security cameras that may be in businesses?
We did.
And is there usually a time frame those things need to get collected?
The quicker the better. You know, some businesses, they record over the video, so, you know, it may last for a few days, a few weeks. So.
In this case, if you did not learn about a particular area of significance or place of interest until, for instance, a month later, possibly that information is not separate.
Objection, speculation, and legal.
And I'm sure the minister will ask this question, but I'll ask you, did you all investigate any possible video of pressure world?
No, we did not.
And when did you learn about anything that may have been of significance in pressure world?
It was weeks, month later. So.
I'll pass the word.
I'm sorry, Dr. Deputy, we have a little sign language. Okay. Sergeant Davney, thank you. You came down from Michigan just for this, right? All right. I appreciate your years of service, and I'm glad you're here so we can talk. I guess they've been asking you about these cameras and things like that. Let's just tell it how it is. Nobody during this investigation ever went to pressure room to check about the cameras, right?
No.
Nobody in this investigation ever went to AutoZone to check if the cameras were there.
No.
Nobody went to the AutoZone that Cornelius Smith said he went to buy a car cover to see if there's a receipt or some surveillance or something like that inside the AutoZone, right?
No.
Okay. Those are things that would be important to try to corroborate a witness who obviously is the shooter in this case, to make sure he's not lying to you, right?
Yes.
And when people get caught, they generally lie to police. Is that uncommon?
Sometimes.
All right. Do people lie to get out of trouble?
Sometimes, yes.
Do people lie to cut deals?
Sometimes,
yes. Also, with regards to the area around Pressure Wall, it's a pretty busy area, right?
It is.
And you know there's those little MPD city cameras up and down that street, right? All right. There.
This trial is a bunch of bullshit. Don't believe the hype. Cornelius is super rat. Cornelius been on both stands. Cornelius tell on Street Cup and Cornelius tell on both rat. Cornelius a real ass rat. And they got Cornelius, I ain't never see a rat testify on another rat. This shit crazy. Go over there playing with them people. Them people gonna split go over there goddamn head. What's up, gang? Where all y'all in the box? I hope all of y'all in the box got my cash app too. I've been in jail almost 6 months. My gang let me down, but it's all good. Who in the box? Get on them. Y'all think we coming back, we gonna be stronger than ever. So y'all don't worry about nothing. When I get out here, we gonna be stronger than ever, man.
1 minute remaining.
We got a minute remaining with y'all. Love y'all, gang. Y'all, all of y'all tap in on that cash app. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Don't forget the gang. Y'all keep y'all memberships, man. Y'all memberships on Patreon. I see a lot of y'all fall off on Patreon. Y'all keep y'all memberships on YouTube, man. Exactly.
And if you don't know, you don't know, but there are those, that's an MPD camera, right, on the post?
It could be. We have neighborhoods that buy their own, but it could be too.
Okay, but that looks like a typical police camera that neighborhoods have or the streets have.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, and you know for a fact that in front of the Pressure Wall area, it's a busy thoroughfare, there's these cameras.
I didn't know.
Okay, and then behind the Pressure Wall in the neighborhoods, there's some of these cameras.
Okay.
Does that look like a camera that you were familiar with?
Yes,
In
it
Tyson's
does.
neighborhood? All right, I'll go ahead and offer that as the next exhibit, Your Honor, just as the description of what a city camera looks like.
Any objection? So, do we know where
It's,
have a location?
yes, it's at Pressure Wall by the street, but he wasn't sure, so I'm not gonna put words in his mouth.
So this is a picture of what's been described as what could be a city camera on a whole. We'll mark this as exhibit 16.
And these cameras are sort of all over the city on busy thoroughfares and stuff like that.
They are.
All right. Could I publish it, Your Honor? Sure. I'll do it the old-fashioned way, so I don't have it. I'm just gonna walk. Is that all right?
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. So this is what the typical MPD cameras sort of look like.
Well, excuse me, just publish,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no commentary. If you have more questions for the witness, that's fine.
I was asking a question, but I'll wait. And so you all use these types of cameras to help solve crimes. That's sort of the whole point, right?
It's got evidence, yes.
Okay. Um, yeah. I guess the biggest question that I've had that I've been asking people throughout this trial is if you believe Mr. Cornelius and you believe what he told his girlfriend.
Your Honor, Judge Davney, he is inserted with previous releases that testified. Approach.
You don't have to believe, let me ask it this way. If Cornelius Smith and Angela Arnold had repeatedly told you all that Joe was the one that was calling the shots, I think even in your report, you guys said Joke's the mastermind. That would cause you to go interview Joke because that's an important piece of information, right?
Doing the investigation, yes.
All right. But as a lead detective, at no point during the investigation did we attempt to talk to Joe.
We hadn't made it that far, no.
We hadn't made it that far. Okay, it's been 4 years, and we know Joe died 2.5 years after the case. We know everybody had already been indicted within a few months of the arrest taking place. But we never went to talk to Joe. Even after Cornelius and Angela repeatedly said he was the mastermind. I think that's the phrase you guys used in your Operation Cookie Monster slideshow, right?
But I am going to object to this line of question is it relevant?
Of course it's relevant. He's a suspect. The reason I ask is these people have come in here and testified and said they're telling the truth. So if those people, they've testified that they're telling the truth. They talked about Mr. Govan here. They talked about Joe, and we can quibble about who's in charge or whose house or who whatever. But clearly, Joe was a suspect in this case.
Yes.
But he was never followed up with at all by Memphis Police Department at any point in this investigation, even though he died 2.5 years later. Okay. One second. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Before this next witness, we do have preliminary matters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a brief break. I don't know how long this preliminary matter is going to take, so lunch might get here in the meantime, but let's take a brief break. Okay?
Sure, just
thing is pursuant to Tennessee Rule of Evidence 90211, that call records of Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, Angela Arnold, and Anthony Mims with the attached phone numbers are what they purport to be. This document is accompanied by certificates of self-authentication for each phone. So we will mark this as collective exhibit 18. It's 6 pages.
I missed an exhibit, number 17.
That's the stipulation.
Okay.
The stipulation to the ownership of the phone.
And 18 would be the notice of
The self-authentication.
The 18. That's why I don't play basketball.
All right, you ready to start with it?
Your Honor, I do want to clarify something, so short report on the, so we have the call detail records for the self-authenticating documents this presented. There are 5 different flash drives. Should we do like 18A, 18B, C, D? This also on the flash drive are extractions for the numbers that we intend to introduce, but would only be introduced through this witness confirmation. What is this?
The court order says it's very little made up.
Do you want to put on each? So each flash drive will have, they may have the call detail records that are already stipulated as evidence. And some of them may have a phone number. One is already admitted into evidence. So that's why I was asking, should the call records be, say, if we're talking about phone number 6, for example, should there be 18B? I just want that clear for the record.
Sure.
And then.
I think that might make it clearer. So if reviewed, yes, the people will know what exhibit this refers to.
And then, say if the phone number comes in, it will come in under 20 or 21 or something like that, of that And we can indicate that on the flash drive. That's it. Or would the whole thing come in as 18A, B, C?
So what you're telling me is that we're now getting ready to get testimony as to each one of these people,
Yes.
each one of these phones,
Yes.
and we're gonna have a flash drive to each.
Yes.
I don't really think it makes any difference. We might as well just continue. Yeah, so let's say you do, the phone ended in 1625, which is the first number that's on your document.
Yes.
Just start with 19.
Yes.
Yeah, let's keep it like that. Since there might be several layers to this, let's just continue in order.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I understand. Sounds like this witness might be up for a while.
Honestly, I don't believe he'll be up there for very long.
Let's call you in.
We'll do next year.
Oh.
That would help.
I'll leave it to it.
Ray Young,
Yes.
you're retired.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you is what we call a stipulation. Stipulation is an agreement by the parties that a particular piece of evidence is what it says it is, without having to call a witness to say so. And that's done oftentimes just to kind of speed the trial up a little bit. So here we go.
Stipulation and what?
Go through the stipulation.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769. Order stipulating ownership of 901 859-1460. Whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis, for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-859-1460 belongs to the defendant, Hernandez Govan. This stipulation is in relation to motions heard by the court and ruled upon on July 30th, 2025 by this honorable court in the above pending case. The ownership of 901-859-1460 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and Attorney for Defendant Hernandez Govan and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed. Signed, the Carla Taylor, Assistant District Attorney, Manny Aurora, Attorney for Defendant, and Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell. Signed, dated 8/19/25.
And so the next document she's gonna read into evidence, because it has been admitted into evidence, is what is entitled a self-authenticating document as to certain cell phone records. We're getting ready to hear some testimony about cell phone records of different people that we've heard testimony about already. And the law allows for certain records to be authenticated, again, without having to call a witness to testify about them, through certain documents that come from the cell phone company. So she's getting ready to read that to you also.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769, self-authentication pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 90211. Pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 902 subsection 11, the following call records have self-authenticating certificates and are admissible into evidence. Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. 901-479-3786. Angela Arnold, 901-370-0185. And Anthony Mims, 901-692-2767. ATT GLDC file number 3359085. Certificates of authenticity are attached. Signed, Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge, Criminal Court, Division 10.
Thank you. You may call me.
The state calls Michael Garner.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing y'all.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Michael Garner, MICHAEL, GARNER.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently,
Does the state wish to present any victim impact statements?
It does, Your Honor. The state has 4 from Tommy Lee, Shay Bachman, Annette Jackson, and Shauna Bachman, all family members, immediate family members entitled to provide victim impact statements in this case. My victim witness coordinator, Brady Heffender, is going to read the first 2, and starting with Tommy Lee. So I ask at this time that the victim witness coordinator be able to come before the court and make that a victim impact statement on behalf of Tommy and Shay.
Are these the same victim impact statements that have been filed in the case?
There are, with the exception of one, which was supplemented.
Okay.
And is that accurate?
Yes.
That's accurate.
All right. You may come forward and read those.
And Your Honor, before we got here today, Chuck and I discussed the recording, the court reporter, just to let you know of these.
What was the discussion?
That she's going to continue taking it verbatim, but that having them uploaded would assist it.
Okay.
generation.
You may read the statement.
The first statement is by Michelle's sister, Tawny. And if you could, I know that microphone is not the best position. Is that better? Maybe. Your Honor, my name is Tawny, and I'm the oldest sister of Michelle Jackson, who was just 17 years old when her life was taken from us in the most horrific and senseless way. Michelle was not just my baby sister, she was my son's best friend. Because they were only a month apart in age, they grew up more like siblings than aunt and nephew. From infancy to preschool age, they did everything together. After we moved away and they had gotten a bit older, they were always on Discord calls together, and she was a constant, sometimes annoying, but mostly joyful presence in our home. Her voice echoed through our walls, her energy filled every space she entered. And now our house is much quieter, and I would give anything to hear him on call with her again. The day Michelle was murdered, our world shattered. Every morning since, I wake up hoping it was a nightmare, that maybe I'll hear her voice downstairs in Caden's room or get a call from her while she's swinging at the park where she loved to go. Something so simple, so pure, so her. But then reality hits. She's really gone. I will never get to talk to her again. I'll never hear her laugh, hug her, or watch her grow into the incredible woman she was meant to become. I will never get to help her achieve one of her dreams, to travel outside of Iowa, at least not in the way we had hoped. One of the hardest moments this year came when my son turned 18, just 1 month after she would have, a milestone they were supposed to share, but only one of them was here to reach it. What should have been a happy celebration became a day of unbearable heartbreak. He is lost without her. His mental health has suffered deeply. He doesn't just grieve the loss of his aunt, he grieves the loss of his other half, his closest friend. And as a mother and her sister, it breaks my heart that there's nothing I can do to take away the pain. Michelle was funny and full of life. She had been from day one. She fought against so many odds just to be in this world, and I am so very proud to say I was there the day she did. She had dreams, she had a future, she wanted to travel, to see the world beyond Iowa. She dreamed of new places, chasing weather, and one day feeling normal, the way all awkward teens dream of. And all of it was stolen from her and from all of us. There is a hole in our lives that will never be filled, a constant ache that justice can never fully heal. Family gatherings will never feel whole again. There is an emptiness where she should be. Holidays, birthdays, even ordinary days, they're all marked by her absence. But I speak today to make sure that Michelle is not reduced to a case file or a distant memory. She was a human being, a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a best friend. She mattered, and her loss has changed us forever. I hope the court understands that this is not just about punishment. It is about acknowledging the life that was taken and the lives that were broken in the process. We live every day with this grief, and we will for the rest of our lives. And to the coward who did this, you didn't just kill my sister, you obliterated a future. You robbed a 17-year-old girl of her life, her dreams, her voice. You tore her away from the people who loved her most and left us with nothing but grief, rage, and silence. You didn't act out of passion or desperation, you acted with intention. You chose violence. You chose to end a beautiful life. And now you get to sit here in court, breathing, existing, while she's dead. I want you to know that you didn't just kill Michelle. You killed a part of my son too. You destroyed something irreplaceable, a bond between them that can never be repaired. And no matter how long you're locked up, it will never be enough. You don't deserve peace. You don't deserve forgiveness. I hope every single day you're haunted by what you did. I hope her face is burned into your memory. I hope you feel even a fraction of the pain you've caused, because what you did was beyond evil. It was unforgivable. Even more than that, I hope you're never allowed to forget what you did to a child, not by the justice system, not by the people around you, and certainly not by your own conscience. You didn't break us, but you did leave us bleeding, and we'll carry that scar for the rest of our lives. I hope you've seen her in our faces and are haunted by the fact that we will never let her truly die. Even long after you've wasted away in your prison cell, forgotten by everyone, her memory will live on. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak on behalf of my sister, Michelle. I could go on forever talking about her, but I think I've made my point. Tawny. Oh, Michael, these are so hard to hear, but I really appreciate, she said, this is not about punishment. This is about acknowledging the life that was taken. And then also saying it was beyond evil, unforgivable, which you understand when you hear the facts of the case and what he did to this poor 17-year-old.
Yeah, I zoned in on the fact that he obliterated a future. And what you forget is you didn't just kill what was, you killed what might have been.
Yeah.
Who she might have been, and the ability for that family to appreciate and grow with her. So those are just some of the things that go
Yeah,
through.
really stand out. All right, stay tuned. We're going to bring you more of the emotional victim impact statements here on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a Kentucky sheriff caught on camera shooting a judge inside his own chambers. We'll bring you the very latest from today's big hearing.
Closing arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Ailson is facing charges of murder. The death of her former son-in-law.
Terrible. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
The matriarch mastermind murder trial begins next week, only on Court TV.
In the middle of something.
Of parole after being convicted in the stabbing death of 17-year-old Michelle.
Right now, we're hearing victim impact statements from
And what about the 11 that's farther down?
See, actually, I know that a code 11 is that when someone places a call, they did not restrict their phone number from being viewed from the person that's calling them.
Okay. And with regards to those phone calls, some providers, like once you hit the enter button, the seconds of the call start immediately right away, as soon as I hit a call. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then in some cases, until the phone gets picked up, it doesn't tell you how long the phone call is. If I'm calling you and I hit Special Agent Garner call,
yes, sir.
The clock starts running, right?
Yes, sir.
So generally, if the phone's gonna ring 3, 4, 5 times, you'll have 15, 20 seconds sort of already on the call, even though nobody picked it up.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then if it goes to voicemail, you can have another 10 or 15 seconds on the call, or however long your voicemail is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then with code 11, we don't know for sure if it's picked up or not, but it could have gone to voicemail, it could go anywhere. It's just somebody would have to testify to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I repeat that back?
Absolutely.
With regards to Pressure World or AutoZone, you were never asked to review any of the 1625 or the 6236 phone records for those areas, right?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And so we had testimony you talked about, well, you haven't talked about it, but if I live, let's say for example, this hypothetical Bradley Street, and then somebody else lives like 2, maybe 3 minutes away, maybe the street over, something like that, would the same tower arguably be able to be pinging off both their phones?
Yes, it's, yes, absolutely.
All right. So if I live near somebody, the phones are gonna ping. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm at their house or there. I'm just in the area.
It's in the area the tower provides service for. Yes, sir.
And if the tower closest to me was full, like you said, it could kick out half a mile up the road to the next tower.
To the next available tower. Yes, sir.
Okay. One second. And with regards to tower coverage, let's just say in the Memphis area, I mean, how many miles does a tower arguably cover if it had?
It's not even miles, sir.
Okay.
So to actually get the coverage of the tower, you would have to do a drive test.
Okay.
We did not do a drive test on this.
Okay.
From past experience having done towers, you can roughly estimate the coverage of a tower by finding the closest tower to it and multiplying that distance by 0.6.
Okay.
And that's not exact, that is an estimate.
Sure.
Because the cell signals are actually going to overlap so that it can provide the best coverage. So it's not going to be a 50-50. So the coverage would be but from the one cell tower to the next, and then that distance multiplied by 0.6.
Right. I don't want to do too much math. That's why I became a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
But again, that's if that tower has space on it. Otherwise, you could be kicked out further.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall how many towers were in the Orange Mound area?
I do not recall.
Okay.
When I mapped out the T-Mobile records, I did a 10-mile radius, and just to show how many T-Mobile towers were in a 10-mile radius from an address, and I think it was 553 T-Mobile towers that were in that 10-mile radius.
All right, and then you would have more towers for AT&T or Sprint and other stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, the only location stuff that they were asked you to do was 1625 and 6236. Just in the formulas. And nothing about AutoZone or Pressure World.
No, sir.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Agent Arnold.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. Don't talk about this. Keep your notes here. Go enjoy here at 2. this is a stipulation of ownership. Number 901-618-38. 618-3848. The parties stipulating that this number belongs to Hernandez. Well, mark this as exhibit 24.
Clear it now into the courtroom.
They will call Sergeant Brown. Oh.
Go ahead.
This is entitled Order Stipulating Ownership of 901-618-3848. Whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-618-3848 belongs to the defendant Hernandez Govan. The ownership of 901-618-3848 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney, the attorney for the defendant Hernandez Govan, and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered a judge in decree.
We can call you next witness.
State again, we'll call Sergeant Brown.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing you.
Do you swear or affirm the fellowship?
I do.
Sergeant Browning, could you state your first and last name?
Jesse Browning,
And for the benefit of our jurors, could you spell your first and last name?
JESSE BROWNING.
And where are you employed?
Memphis Police Department.
In what capacity?
At the multi-agency gang.
And have you attained a certain rank? I call you Sergeant Brown, but in fact, Sergeant Brown.
Sergeant Brown.
And were you tasked with the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Jr.?
I was.
And how did you become involved with that investigation?
My team was tasked some of my team tasked sometime in December when it was revealed.
December of 2021?
21, December of 21, that there was more than just a simple murder. It kind of turned into more of a conspiracy.
And what did you do as a result of that, becoming part of that investigation?
We just started working the conspiracy into the investigation. It was called detailed records, phones, interviews. It could be all kinds of things.
Specifically, did you become involved in the investigation of Mr. Hernandez Govan?
I did.
And what did you do as a result of the investigation? Did you do anything separate from the general investigation?
As far as like Title III, Or,
Did you collect call detail records?
yes, we collected call
Analyze
detail
those?
records, phones, you name it, we collected it on those investigations.
And did you analyze those records?
We did.
And what did you do to analyze?
I use a software called Penlink or PLX, which just makes it easier, one, to create reports and then analyze the records. Generally in just bring it, because they all come in UTC, you can kind of get the records in more of a coordinated time. But we also analyze the actual raw records too, just to verify.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to help explain to the jury what you looked at when you analyzed?
Yes, it's call detail records and phone.
If we could pass this to sign.
Any objection?
Sure, none.
Did you look at that and see if you recognize the contents of the envelope?
Yes.
And what does that do?
It's just a thumb drive. It's got my PowerPoint on it. It's got my initials, my IBM on it.
All right, if we could have the evidence as the next number.
We just asked when the PowerPoint was created for completion statement.
When was the PowerPoint completed completed?
The final parts of it, with the specifically the records, was yesterday. They wanted extra.
And Your Honor, again, exhibit the evidence as the next number.
This is an envelope containing what's being described as a thumb drive, and it has Sergeant Brown's name on it. The red thumb drive on the inside. We'll mark this as exhibit 25.
And for our jurors, this PowerPoint is comprised from exhibits 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Commissioner Colby.
Yes.
This is your presentation, is that correct?
That's correct.
We will go through it. No, it is small. Could you tell us, or if it would be better if you, with the court's permission, you could get down and explain what we are looking for here.
Okay, so this is going to be essentially a screenshot of the information associated to Justin Johnson's cellular device. So it's just I essentially take out or remove the important information for the PowerPoint purposes, like IMEI, MCs, telephone numbers, things like that.
You named some things we have probably never heard of. Say that again.
So like the IMEI is the number that, it's essentially a serial number that belongs to the device. And then an MZ is generally a serial number that belongs to like your SIM card or your network. So we use those things to compare. And then telephone numbers. As you can see, I think on Justin Johnson, it has like his email address, which has maybe a partial of his name. So essentially, it just shows the things that are associated with that cellular device.
Also, for the benefit of our jurors, they will have access to this PowerPoint. And this is Justin Johnson's number in 901-236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We have another.
Yeah, so this is going to be same information but it's for Cornelius Smith's cellular device, which his last used number for that phone was 901-513-6236. Correct. And then this cellular device is one that belongs to Angela Arnold for the number of 901-370-0185. Primarily has the same information that you can use to compare.
So we have a date of July 27, 2021.
That's correct.
Is there any significance to that? No, that date.
For us, we found that that was significant from the interview with Angela Arnold, or no, actually Cornelius Smith. I'm sorry.
What are we looking at here?
So on the 27th, you have essentially, we take the call detail records in the software and we create a hot number list. So a hot number list would be, if you're looking at your phone, for me, it'd be, my girlfriend or my mom or my dad. That'd probably be your typical top 5 callers. It can vary, but it's just showing your top callers and down.
And this is for a particular day?
Yeah, so I filtered it for that actual day. So it's not the totality of the records. It's just for that day. And this telephone number belongs to Justin Johnson, which is 901-236-1625. And then as you see, when we look at the records, his top caller is going to be a number that belongs to Hernandez Govan. It shows like 24 of communications. The next number is going to be for Anthony Mims, and his telephone number is 901-692-2767. And as you can see, Hernandez Govan on that day, again filtered for the 27th, is around the 8th or 9th call. So we had seven communications. So the significance for this is that on July 27, 2021, we look at Justin Johnson's cellular device. We find Hernandez Govan's telephone number. As you say, it's labeled Big Bruh Quet, and that was an incoming text message to Justin Johnson, and it's just an address of 4641 Bowenshire, which is still Smoke in Memphis. It's a shop owned by Anthony Mims and his business partner, Mr. Lambert. Can you go back? I apologize. And just to note, that time was at 1937:21, and it shows significance because he's getting the text from Govan, and then on the next slide you'll see Justin Johnson actually sends an outgoing iMessage to an individual we identified as Harry Lockhart, and he just says he's talking to Joe, indicating that maybe he's at the smoke shop and he's talking to Joe. And then you see at 21:08, 43 hours, Anthony Mims creates a phone contact for Justin Johnson, and that contact he labeled as Drop, which is an alias. It's a short alias of what we know Justin Johnson to be, just like a short alias we know Jook to be. It usually goes by Big Jook or Jook, and then we've heard referred to Drop, or his actual name that he uses is Straight Drop on YouTube and things like that.
So when you say he created a contact, he was putting the phone number into this phone?
Right, he created that contact to be at 7/27/2021, 9/8:47 p.m. He creates that contact. And then, as you see, 21:08, 49 hours, Justin Johnson creates a contact for Anthony Mims' telephone number and labels it Jook, which is the alias. So, both these individuals in relatively in the same time frame created contacts for each other. Again, indicating that they're probably within communication distance or in the same vicinity. So this is the following day, July 28th. So after that, and as you see here, so Justin Johnson, his cellular device shows an outgoing, so it's an iMessage to Jermaine Sears. with the address of 3641 Allendale Lane. And then that same day at 17:24 hours, we have an incident at the, it was called the Double R Auto Services, and it's at 821 South Highland Street. And the two victims that just worked at the shop state that a tan BMW is being chased by a burgundy Dodge Charger. 3 males get out of the Charger and start firing upon an unknown male and a female who remained in the car. The unknown male in the BMW fled. We were able to later identify that to be one Terrence Baker. His prints had hit on the car, but he never filed a police report or would communicate with officers about the incident at all.
So the victim was Terrence Baker?
Correct. He just wouldn't communicate with us or anyone. And as you see here, the 17:24 hours, that address, the address at the shop, the 821 or 823 South Highland.
I think 833?
Is about, it's approximately, I have it on there, I can't read it because it's kind of far, 0.49 miles away, so it's not that far away.
You're talking about this address here, the 30?
So that address is actually 3645 Allendale. He sent a different address. If you go to the next slide.
Oh, before we go to the next slide, you indicated that the victim of the shooting was Terrence Baker.
Correct.
Does he go by any other name?
Yes, he goes by Wu, or paper route Wu.
And as part of your investigation, did you determine him to be a artist on
Yes,
PRE?
he's an artist. He's an artist on PRE. As you see, so that here is the actual address, the 3645 Allendale, and the address that Justin sent was right next door. So it was actually 3641. So he just had the address wrong. Here's the, so later that day, 1804 hours, Mississippi finds the Dodge Charger. Witnesses on the scene say they see 3 males jump out and run. The vehicle was stolen. They then processed that vehicle, which came back with some APHIS hits. So the fingerprint, when they dusted the vehicle, they had prints come back as to be for Justin Johnson, Rashad Hill, and Cavius Wesley. And then also they located a spent .40 caliber cartridge casing on the driver's side floorboard. And that spent cartridge casing showed to correlate with the cartridge casing found on the scene at the Double R shop over on South Highland Street. And then this is August 13th, so we get to this date from, again, Cornelius's interview. We look at the hot number list. We see that 859-1460, a number that belongs to Govan, had 12 communications with Justin Johnson on that day. It was a top caller.
Before we get there, go back just a bit. So we mentioned Cornelius. Do you know when Mr. Govan or Justin Johnson or Juke's number appeared with Cornelius? You able to ascertain that information?
It would be hard to say just because, you know, we get records for a certain amount of time. So I wouldn't be able to determine, I would be able to say a date just based off records we have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't communicating prior to that.
If you can, the records that you have, when is the first time that you see any of the individuals appear in Cornelius's phone?
I I do not have that, to be honest with you. So again, for this, it's the communications for Justin Johnson, and it's going to be on August 13th, 2021. And as you can see here for Justin, he's got 12 communications with Hernandez Govan, who's his top caller. And then this is going to be the same, so another hot number list for Cornelius Smith. Now, the number is different because he had this telephone number, same device, but different telephone number, which is 901-479-3786. I think on his device it showed that number was last used in September, so that means that probably sometime he changes over to the number you saw earlier. And on that hot number list, you see Bobby Carter has 33 communications, which is about his third caller. And then Devin Burns is about a sixth caller. And then you have Hernandez Govan with 8 communications, about his 10th caller.
We see his first one is Angela Arnold.
Correct. And then on this one we have Anthony Mims hot number list, and again it's filtered for just the 13th. And as you can see here, Govan's number 4. I think that's 4 communications. He's actually 10, maybe 9 callers down, because you can see you have a bunch of unknown, and then you have number 2 callers, just a list of numbers. That's usually just information getting from the cell phone company and other things, like other traffic, with actual numbers. He's about number 9. And then on August 13th at 13:45 hours, we have the 911 call where Terrence Baker's cellular device calls and says that he's at Allendale being shot at and he's hiding. They asked for his name, he refused to give it. He just told them to hurry up, they're coming after him. And then this will be communications with the conspirators that was Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and then the other individuals, Anthony Mims, Hernandez Govan, and any variation of their other numbers at that time. So as you can see, it's represented in color. Is essentially the light pink is going to be Hernandez Govan, the blue is Anthony Mims, and then on the left it's, let's see, I think I've got Justin Johnson is yellow, and then Cornelius Smith is green, just to kind of so you can see the kind of the flow of things. And so essentially on November 2nd, we had Justin Johnson had 7 communications with the cellular device that belongs to Govan, and then he had 4 communications.
And I'm sorry, are these in chronological order on the date?
Correct.
So Justin communicated with Hernandez Govan, then he communicated with Anthony Mims, then he communicated with Govan again, then he communicated with Mims again, and then he communicated with Govan.
Correct. And then essentially this is just those call detail records, but the actual call detail records, it's got like service codes, tower information. You'll see it has a version of the IMEI. It won't give you the actual IMEI. They kind of do some equation where they change the last 2 digits so people can't steal the IMEI off the records, create their own kind of their own service or their own account. So, but it just gives you a little bit more information. It can tell you, call voicemail if there's multiple users on one call, if they're doing 3-way, things of that nature. And then again, as you can see, you have Justin Johnson in the yellow, Cornelius Smith in the green, and essentially it just kind of shows the the way they're cut, like who they're communicating with, and the kind of the flow in chronological order how they're talking. So as you can see, Justin Johnson had 7 with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson had 4 with Anthony Mims, and then he had 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 20 communications with Hernandez Govan, but he had 0 with Justin and 0 with Anthony Mims. And then this is just the actual raw records. It just depicts what that is. So at the top you have Justin Johnson's records, and then at the bottom you have Cornelius Smith's records. And again, another report showing that Justin Johnson had 7 communications with Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, he had 1 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 2 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Justin Johnson, or Anthony Mims, and 0 with Justin Johnson. And then these are just the, again, you have Justin Johnson's records that you get from the cell phone company, and then you have Cornelius Smith's records that come with the cell phone company. Again,
For November 5th.
it's November 5th, and as you can see, it's harder for me to see, but in the yellow and the green, they're kind of throughout the day, but Justin Johnson has 1 communication with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then he has 1 communication with Cornelius Smith. And then if you look on this side, it's Cornelius Smith has 4 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course 1 with Justin Johnson. And then these are those records that represent that. And then this is November 6th. You have Justin Johnson has 0 communications with Govan. He has 2 with Anthony Mims. He has 1 with Cornelius Smith. And then as you see, Cornelius Smith has 4 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then 1 with Justin Johnson. And then as you see, these are just the raw records representing those individual calls. Again, November 12th, you have 0 communications with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson. Yeah, Justin Johnson has 0 communications. He has 3 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius has 5 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius Smith. And again, these are just the raw records that represent that report. And then November 15th, 2021, you have Justin Johnson has 0 communication with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 communication with Anthony Mims, but he has 14 communications with Cornelius Smith. And then on Cornelius Smith, he has 2 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course he has 14 communications with Justin Johnson. And then raw data. This is just the raw data. And then November 17th, obviously, is the day of the homicide. So if we look at the hot number list on the day of the homicide, Cornelius Smith hot number list has 12 communications with Justin Johnson. It's about his fourth top caller. He has 11 with Hernandez Govan, and then he has 8 with Angela Arnold. And then if you look at Justin Johnson's, it's harder for me to read that, to be honest, because it's a little far if you don't mind me
Get
getting
my
my
glasses
glasses.
on.
Yeah, because I can't see that far, I guess, through the glass. So on the 17th, Justin Johnson has 15 communications with Govan. It's like his third down if you remove the voicemail. And then you have 12 with Cornelius Smith. You have 11 with Angela Arnold. And then on down, he has 3 with Hernandez Govan and only 1 communication over here on the right with Anthony Mims. So that's just further down the list.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just going to be a call log, essentially taken from from Cornelius Smith's cellular device, and it's showing that he's communicating with Justin Johnson. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get down. It's too tight. It's an incoming call, and then as you can see, he's got his contact listed as Little Brud Drop. Interesting. This is an incoming call just prior to the murder, and as you can see, when you look at their raw records, both of their call detail records show their cellular devices on a cellular tower at 1731 Cherokee Boulevard, and they both have the same tower azimuth, which is just essentially a direction on the tower of like a sector. So it'd be like a compass. So 290 would be like, we have cones. And so they're both pointing on the same sector of the same tower, which is approximately 3.9 miles away from 1766 Wild Rose Street, which is where Cornelius lives. And then this is surveillance video of the homicide with Cornelius and Justin Johnson in the photos. And you can see that's at 12:23:01 hours. And Justin will be on the left and Cornelius is on the right. And then Dolph's brothers shooting at that vehicle. Here we're showing Cornelius Smith's physical phone extraction, showing that there was no outgoing communications during that time frame. So his last outgoing communication, and before the homicide, was essentially, we had that incoming at 12:04, and then you see from that time period, it's all missed calls, and then he has an outgoing to Uncle Ron.
Let me stop you. The date on the top is August
Oh,
the 13th.
my bad.
Should that be November 17, 2021?
Yes, I apologize. It should be November 17th.
But the dates all here correlate.
Yeah, the dates are in the center, and as you can see, they have the times, and then below that, we have his call detail record. The records show so it shows right there at the 1804, so records come in UTC, so
What is
it's basically like universal time coordinated, so like they send the records, it's always going to be in that universal time coordinate. So we're in central time, so that would be, at this time period, would be 6 hours back. Right now it'd be like 5 hours back. So it just compensates for daylight savings and things of that nature. So, because they're going to send those records all over whoever needs them. And so it's just easier for the company to send them out as one format. And so like you'll see on the phone, we've got it -6 on, and that's when I create those reports. I'm actually -6, and so it just makes more sense fluidly. And then with the records, you'll see they're going to just stay the same. So that's going to be the universal time coordinate. And so at 1804, which really was the 1204. It shows the incoming call. And then after that, you see just a list of incoming calls, but then you also see some outgoing calls. But those outgoing calls are actually just the forwarding service to his voicemail. And you can see that with like the codes on the far right, which is like, I guess, so 02A would be like forwarding no reply, which means the phone is on, it got forwarded. It's just after no reply means after a couple rings, the phone forwards that call. There's other anomalies, like if the phone's off, it does something different, or if it's busy, it'll have a different code or a different service. And then on November 17th at 12:26, you have Justin Johnson has a FaceTime interaction with Anthony Mims at 12:26:50. So that was 3 or 4 minutes after the homicide. And then right here, November 17th, 12:39:07 hours, you have 3 communications at 12:39:07. One is an outgoing call. At 12:39:56, you have an incoming text. And then at 12:40:53, another outgoing call. And then you can see that indicated on the records below. And then if you look at the text, 12:39:56, you go to the next slide. And as you can see, 12:39:57 is that text, which is just, Kiona Hooper is sending 4752 Haven Court, the address to her apartment, to Justin Johnson. And then later at 12:47:22, you have Justin Johnson sending 4752 through iMessage to a Jermaine Sears. Remember the long Jermaine Sears. And at 12:47:30, Justin Johnson sends another iMessage that says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And then you have a response at 12:47:41. Jermaine Sears sends an incoming text iMessage that says, "On my way." So 12:58:02 is when it begins, but you see Justin Johnson's SUV pull in to the Two-Lane Apartments, or what's it? They got another name. The Gospel Garden Apartments. Then you see Justin Johnson next to Kiona Hooper, and then you see Cornelius Smith, who has the hoodie kind of draped over his shoulder. And they're going into Kiona Hooper's apartment. So this is going to be from Angela Arnold's cellular device, and this is going to be at 13:26:30 hours. And as you see, she has an incoming call from Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. It's a 19-second call. And then you have another incoming call at 13:28:16 hours. It's a 12-second call. And then you have an instant message that comes in at 1:28:50 or 13:28:50 hours. And then below are the records that coordinate with that, with those, with her phone calls. And these are going to be her call detail records that are associated to her phone. And then that text message, which was at 13:28:50, is again the address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Justin Johnson sent it to Angela Arnold.
Justin Johnson's device.
Justin Johnson's device.
Correct.
Sent it
For
to
telephone
Angela
number.
Arnold's device.
Yes. Again, here you see Angela Arnold's phone extraction. She gets another incoming call at 13:55:11, and it's a 29-second call, and that's represented down here at the bottom for her call detail records. And then as you see, 13:56, Angela Arnold arrives in the black SUV at 4752 Haven Court. And I think you see him coming outside as Justin's in the middle with the yellow hoodie. Cornelius has the black hoodie with the black pants, and Keona's just right behind him. And then you see Cornelius get in the passenger side of Angela Arnold's vehicle. So now November 17 at 14:07 hours and 15 seconds, Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing SMS message to a telephone number that belonged to Justin Johnson. That SMS message stated, "This is Steve, bruh. Send me bruh number so I can get my phone." That's then followed by another SMS message, which is at 14:13:21 from Angela Arnold's cellular device, and it says Quez number. Then we have November 9th, 2021, or 19th, I'm sorry. And this is just showing that Justin Johnson at 12 in the morning was searching, Cornelius Smith, was doing a Google search for 24-hour AutoZone.
12:17 in the morning.
Correct. Or no, 12:17 seconds, so at 12 in the morning. And then at 12:01 in the morning, you see Justin Johnson shows an outgoing call to a number or Cornelius, I'm sorry. Cornelius shows an outgoing call to AutoZone Auto Parts. That comes back to the AutoZone Auto Parts at 5945 Winchester Road. Again, you'll see 12:09 or 0900 hours. Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call that belonged to Justin Johnson, and he has the contact name labeled Little Bruh Drop. It's a 33-second duration call. Then at 12:10 a.m. or 1000 hours, you have Cornelius Smith's cellular device showing 3 outgoing calls to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. And you can see again that's labeled bruh for the 901-618-3848 telephone number. And it's an outgoing call. It shows 2 minutes and 40-second duration. You have another outgoing call at 12:18. So the first one was at 12:10. The next one's at 12:18 a.m. It's a 1 minute, 9-second call. And then you have at 12:35 a.m. you have a 7-second duration call. It's an outgoing call. And then below are just the records correlate with what was on his cellular device. Then on 06:47 hours or 6:47 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call from a number that belonged to Hernandez Govan, and that was 18 seconds long. And then those are the records that correlate with that communication. And then at 0701 hours or 7 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device does a Google search for AutoZone on Lamar. Then at 0703 hours or 7:03 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an outgoing call to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Gogan. There was no duration on that call. And as you see, like there's no duration on the records. And it does show like an abnormal completion, which could be a various disruptions or problems that just correlates with that call. Again, it's 708 or 0700 hours, or 7:08 a.m. He has another Google search, which is the universal car cover. And then later at 1847 hours, there's an image of an AutoZone receipt that's extracted from his phone. You can see that the capture time was on 11/20/2021 at 6:47 p.m. And then we have December 2nd, 2021. And so Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing Instagram chat to Anthony Mims. And essentially it says, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan, little homie. You met me before. I'm trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." And then he lists 901-370-0185, which is Angela Arnold's cellular device or her cellular phone number. And you see it's her Instagram chat for participants, and then above that is Juke the Boss, which is his Instagram. And that's it.
Your analyzation of the phones, would you say the conspirators or the individuals listed, Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, and Juke, would they communicate more to Govan than with each other?
I think that it started as a lot of communications between Govan, but as you saw, as it gets closer to the day of the homicide, those communications then seem to be more between Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson, and not Govan.
And after the homicide,
I would say most of the communication. I know that Cornelius was communicating through Justin Johnson's brother. Justin Johnson was doing something weird with his phone where his brother had the phone, but he was just trying to avoid getting in trouble with his parole. So you see that Cornelius is communicating with his brother, but I don't think Hernandez was communicating with any of them that I know of, or Mims. I think all communication was done with Mims.
Thank you.
Just give me a second, we're gonna have them switch off so we can come on this.
That's okay.
After the homicide, we know Justin Johnson fled to Indiana, right? And he gave his phone to his brother, and his brother was using the phone. So a lot of these calls, his brother was the one using his phone to make it seem like he was still here.
Correct.
So that would be Jamarcus Johnson, Justin's brother.
Correct.
Okay. This PowerPoint slide, you said you just finished it yesterday?
Correct.
All right, so I'm just trying to catch up and go through it today, so I just got it. With regard to this AutoZone stuff, was that mentioned in any of the police reports that had previously been provided? Right, you write down narratives, explanations of what happened.
Supplements, yeah. I mean, that was found late, but I would assume that we would either, it would be in the PowerPoint that y'all were given, or it would be, we might have some type of supplement about the receipt.
I got it. So it was done yesterday. In fact, did you talk to the government about the testimony that's been going on as to what we were looking for as part of the case the last 2 days?
Not in the last 2 days. The receipts and most of that stuff was prior. The records were what I was working. They wanted the records, the November record prior.
Sure.
That's what I worked on.
Okay.
Everything else was pretty much already there. As far as like,
the reason I asked, there's not a single supplement from 2023 in the case. There's nothing. Believe me or not, you know this. You're prepared for it. You're co-investigator on it. Do you remember ever seeing a supplement or a note anywhere that said we have an AutoZone receipt?
I know that there's multiple PowerPoints in the discovery. I'm pretty sure that have that all those slides. Because most of those slides are taken from. I got those slides from that discovery. So most of that information.
You just created it yesterday. I'm telling you, you've done 2 PowerPoints.
I didn't create the PowerPoint yesterday. I created what I told you, the records from November. That's what I was working on yesterday.
Who put the PowerPoints together? So you made this entire 70 pages we just did?
Yeah, a lot more than that, yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is the lead detective in this case said you guys never followed up on any receipts with AutoZone. And I've been harping on AutoZone, and now for the first time I'm seeing this PowerPoint with an AutoZone receipt. Is that right?
Well, probably because we didn't find out about the receipt until much later in the investigation. This was after Cornelius and then actually getting in his phone and actually finding it. So it just took a long time to find that information.
But you guys indicted Cornelius in January of 2022, less than 2 months after this murder happened.
Yeah, I don't think we interviewed him until later.
Well, you interviewed him December 9th. You do know that, right?
Well, that was an interview where he was not.
Well, did you do that or did you not do that? Okay.
I was not a part of that interview.
Okay.
But where he came forward with the truth, I was there.
The
on
truth?
2 different ones, 2
Okay.
different interviews.
So he came forward with the truth when you were there, the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him making a statement to you in August? And you were there, it's recorded, so I'm gonna play it. Do you remember it? You were the second
Oh, he
detective.
made a lot of statements, so you hadn't even played it yet for me to remember.
I'm just asking you because you went through 70 pages of slides with very specific dates and times of phone calls. Do you remember how many times Cornelius Smith made statements to the police?
I mean, I sat in on, I think, 2.
How many total times did Cornelius Smith talk to the police? You are co-lead investigator.
I sat in for 2, and I know he had one when he was initially, I would think one when he was initially arrested. Where essentially he didn't say anything, or he might have said he didn't even do it. I wasn't in that interview. I was in the 2 that I had with the prosecutors and his attorneys and everybody that was involved.
After he signed the proffer agreement
Yes,
to be protected and all that kind of stuff with his statements.
yes,
That's the proffer agreement, right?
correct.
Okay, it protects the person saying it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a proffer agreement taking place in August of 2022?
It's possible, yes. I don't remember when those 2 proper dates were.
Okay. Before I play that tape, Mr. Cornelius and Angela had both already talked to you all, right?
Correct.
Angela actually supposedly came clean on December 17th of 2021.
Correct.
Told you about AutoZone.
She did not tell us about anything about it.
Okay, so in the 2017, when she just testified, that would be incorrect about AutoZone.
She did not say anything. I did not see anything in her testimony. I didn't interview her, but I've listened to her testimony.
Okay.
I don't remember her saying anything about AutoZone. I found that out the day Cornelius had mentioned to us.
When was that?
That would have been later when, in one of those proffers. I'm not sure if it was the first or the second one.
Okay.
But he relayed that information to us, and that's when we started looking in his phone for that specific information to see if it was true.
Right. And Sergeant Davney was involved in the proffers too as the lead agent in this case.
He could have been. I think at some point he had left, but I don't know if it was prior or before or after. At some point he retired. I'm not sure what that time frame was.
Okay. So you don't know when the lead investigator of this case retired. On the biggest case the Memphis has got with Young Dolph, you don't remember that?
He's got his own homicides that he's working. We were embedded in this, working this in a completely different building. Yes, we coordinate with him, but at some point I know he retired. And during the investigation, I don't document the date that he left.
All right. Go ahead. Right.
I know the pictures are a little grainy.
Stop it. That's your voice, right? You're showing Cornelius pictures, and you say they're a little grainy?
I think so. It was go back and say.
I'm afraid I know the pictures are a little grainy. Do you know what that
That's you, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's keep going.
is? It's from your phone. You're holding it.
A video.
It was in your phone. It was a video.
Yep, it was a rainy tank. Yep.
What firearm is that?
There's an AK-47, I think. That one just begun.
That was going to be. Is that the gun that you used
Yep, that's the gun he had, yep.
on the murder?
I guess it's the same one, but pretty much.
That's the one you had on the Moochie, right?
Yeah, it was today on Moochie right here.
Today was off. Did you have that same gun?
I believe so. But he had two of them. He had like, yep, two handguns.
What is this?
Alright, that's old. It ain't even right same time.
What about this one?
This old. It's Elmsford gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
It's a cop bar.
Alright, stop it there. You were showing him photos, Cornelius Smith, you're showing him photos from his phone, correct? You gotta say yes or no.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Alright, so he talks about AK-47s, about when he was shooting Moochie or Wu or whoever many people he shot.
Well, he didn't shoot Moochie. He said they went up there to attempt to, but Justin Johnson was holding an assault rifle and was laying down in the back before they drove off. They didn't do anything, but we were showing them the different firearms we found in his to see. We were trying to find the firearm.
Pardon me for being naive, I know he may not have shot anybody, but when I'm going there with guns and they jam or whatever, we don't use them, still is pretty scary to me. So you show him the photos in his phone, right? That's the AK-47, then you go through the photo, that's Angela's handgun, right?
I think he said it was Angela's handgun, but it was photos of guns in his phone.
And the next thing you say is, I don't know how this photo got in here, it looks like it's a car park. You remember that? Play it again.
I mean, I heard it, but I don't know what it's in reference to unless we saw some car park. I heard
Play it
something
again.
with auto.
It's your
Alright,
voice.
that's old. That ain't even right same time.
What about this one?
This old. It's Elmsford gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
It's a cop bar.
So you said, I don't know what this is in the gun section, it's a car park.
Right.
That was said, right?
Yes, because you can filter on the Cellbrite software like firearms, right? Because we were trying to find the firearms used in the murder. And when we filtered that, we had some that were so grainy, we weren't sure, but maybe he could clear it up. He said it was a car park.
Okay.
It wasn't really, you couldn't really tell what it
Right.
was.
I appreciate the explanation, you couldn't really tell, but these jurors are gonna watch that receipt, and you're telling us that that receipt is an AutoZone receipt.
It looks like it's got, if you look at the very top, it looks like an AutoZone receipt. It's got the auto part and the zone. It's very difficult to see, I
Sure.
agree. But it looks like an AutoZone receipt at the top.
All right, so that is a great point. You said as part of your investigation, you name it, we collected it, right? You said that to the government when you're talking about how thorough we were?
Correct.
All right, so it sort of kind of looks like an AutoZone receipt. Did you happen to go about 6 blocks that way to the AutoZone headquarters and just say, could you pull the receipts from that very specific location that you told the jurors about to see if anybody purchased anything?
Again, if you look at the receipt in the PowerPoint, you can't, I don't think I was able to tell where it came from. And
All right, so now we don't know where it came from,
we
or
know
it could be AutoZone.
it looks like an AutoZone receipt.
Right, well, I looked,
But it doesn't, you
Your
can't see the
objection
fine
asked
print.
and answered at this point.
he's gonna dodge the question, Judge.
I'm not dodging the question.
There's no rule, instruct the record.
Again, you don't know if that's an AutoZone receipt. We're making presumptions based on a complete receipt.
You're saying that I don't know it's an AutoZone receipt. I looked at the photo and at the top, you can see the AutoZone part. You can't see when he purchased it or the dates on the fine print. But it just, it appears at the top, it says AutoZone. It doesn't have all the details. Because trust me, we looked at that. We wanted to see what time did this purchase happen. But he said cash. So we were like, well, I mean, can we get video? I mean, we look at these things to try to figure it out, but sometimes all you might have is just at the very top, it says AutoZone.
Yes, it sounds like it's a very difficult job. Did you go to the AutoZone that was addressed and ask them to pull video?
At the time, we didn't have an address.
And you said you looked at the phone and you saw it, you got an address. Did you go yesterday to ask AutoZone headquarters, is there a receipt available?
Historically.
No, not
AutoZone
historically.
or any
Yes
business
or no?
is 30
Judge, I
days.
need him to answer. He's dodging me over and over again. I'm asking
I'm-
simple
No,
questions.
I'm gonna object. It's not
Did
allowed.
you go?
Objection.
No, I did not.
Objection, wait. He's objecting.
To what?
The objection. Your Honor, if he would allow the witness to actually answer the 15 questions he's asked, he might get the answer that he needs. I'm asking him to let the witness answer. Let him answer.
Did you go to AutoZone at any point in this investigation? I appreciate the smirk, but just answer yes or no.
No.
Did you
The
go?
objection, Your Honor, I would ask him
No.
to not make.
We don't need commentary.
All right.
Just ask the question.
No,
Answer the question.
I've said no 4 times. No, 5.
Okay, so we never went to AutoZone to confirm what this receipt might be. Did you go to Pressure World to look through all the cameras that they have at Pressure World?
I did not.
Okay, did anybody do that could magically be on a phone somewhere?
I did not, I was not a part of that first part of the investigation. I did not see anything that had where they went to Pressure World.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure.
All right.
Thank you.
With regards to the records that you went through with the phone calls and the hierarchy of numbers, we know for a fact that Justin Johnson did not communicate with Hernandez Goben for at least 2 weeks prior to the homicide. The last call was on November 5th, about 8 seconds. Do you remember that?
There's hundreds of records. He's saying they didn't communicate on the phone.
You went through a PowerPoint slide and you put up November 5th, so there may have been a call, it was like 8 or 10 seconds. Then we went through the rest of it and there was not a single call between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Goben until after the homicide took place. Do you remember that? Okay. With regards to Cornelius Smith, you said 2 calls were made on November 15th. No calls between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Goben on the 16th, right?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right, and then the 2 calls that you put on the slideshow with regards to Cornelius and Hernandez Goben, one of the calls was 0 seconds, right?
There were calls on there with 0 seconds. Yes.
Right. So, and the other call was 40 seconds and it had a code 11 next to it. You know, it could be 2A, it could be 11.
There were calls with 11, yes.
Okay. with regards to an individual that you had up there that was communicating with Mr. Johnson, Jermaine Sears, during the course of the investigation, remember that? Okay. And he helped them after the shooting get the medical supplies and things.
He brought clothes.
Okay. Did you bring bandages and such?
I don't know exactly what he brought.
Okay.
What I saw Justin get was a bag of clothes, so.
What do you mean what you saw Justin get? It's just from the still shots, right? It looks like
Well,
it's bad.
in the video, when Jermaine Sears pulls up, Justin Johnson gets clothes and some other things out of the back of Jermaine's car.
You wanted to talk to Jermaine as part of your investigation, right?
We did.
You did or you didn't?
We couldn't.
Okay. And that's because you called to try to reach Jermaine Sears and you were referred to his lawyer, is that right?
Correct.
And then his lawyer, all he said is Jermaine's out of town. That's it, right?
Yeah, he's not gonna talk.
Did he say he's not going to talk or did he say
The
he's out
attorney
of
said
town?
he was not gonna communicate with us. I think we tried a couple times.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with this, please. Just let me know when you're finished. Could I get it back? Go. In this, it says you tried to contact Jermaine Sears. You were referred to his attorney, and he was living out of town. And then, quote, so we kind of let it be.
Who said that?
You said it. This is you. Question, and how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears? Answer, we use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him just by his real name and things of that nature. And then we also ended up contacting him to try to talk. Question, on that number. Answer, on that number, we were referred to his attorney and he actually appeared to be living out of town, so we kind of let it be. Remember that question and answer with Mr. Hagerman?
I don't remember that question and answer, but I do remember.
What is that a transcript of?
That is a transcript of his testimony from
What?
last year's trial.
Okay, well, if you just tell me it's a check, yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier.
What's the question? You've read the testimony. What's the question for him?
The question is, you don't say anything about the attorney said you can't talk to him. You just simply said you advised he was out of town, so you just let it be.
I'm assuming that sufficed in the trial. I mean, I'm telling you now what happened. We can't kidnap somebody and say you're coming with us because we think he committed a crime. We contacted him. He referred us to his attorney. We contacted his attorney. He said he wanted to talk to us. At that
So
point,
it's,
we
you
can't do
didn't,
anything.
you didn't say that here, but now you're saying that you remember the attorney said, I'm not gonna talk to you.
I'm gonna object again.
I can only tell you what
And
happened.
asked, he's asked and been answered to the best of his ability several times. Trying to.
What different do you expect him to say?
Just repeat what you said under oath, but okay, we'll move on. With regards to these, the receipt that's on Mr. Cornelius's phone that may be an AutoZone receipt, does he have any other receipts on his phone that you found?
Not that you see the receipt that I found.
Okay, but you looked through all of it, you said. You worked really hard. Did you notice any other irrelevant receipts on there?
If there was relevant receipts, I might have seen there are thousands of photos in most of these photos. So usually we find those on the timeline. When we're looking through a timeline at a certain time, which would have been after the homicide, but around the time frame before the car is discovered, then on that timeline we're looking. And if we see him searching on the internet, right, for the covers, then we see at some point like a photos captured, then we are like, oh, well, that might be important. But to go through thousands and thousands of photos,
Okay.
we're just not gonna do that.
So if it's thousands and thousands of photos, you name it, we collected it, it's not worth it. We just target on certain dates and certain things, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, there could be something relevant in there, but we don't know that. We only pick a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the tables with the number of calls, sometimes there's 14, sometimes there's 20. Are those all communications between the phone, be it text message, phone, whatever?
Those on
On your
prior to the
slideshow?
hometown on the slideshow, those are just, most of them are voice, but they're communications. It could be text messages. Just label
So if there were 22 text messages on one of the day between Mr. Govan and Cornelius, you're aware that Cornelius used to buy ecstasy pills from Mr. Govan pretty regularly.
it. He stated that he bought narcotics from Mr. Govan.
All right. And you ever had a text with anybody where you say, okay, you say, hey, and suddenly it's 10 texts or 15 texts, just like that?
I don't know what the content is.
Right, I'm just saying, it's sort of being made out to be nefarious. The 22 contacts would be just a simple text conversation about a guy asking, when can you meet me to come pick up drugs? Meet me here. I'm at the store. I'll come back here. It could be anything, right? You don't know.
I didn't testify to anything of content, just that the communications occurred.
I got it. And you also don't know from those communications if there were 0-second communications, voicemail communications, actual calls.
It will show you that, this actual call, or that, call forwarding was picked up, and again, like I stated earlier, it could have which we call no reply, which means your phone is active, right? You could have a non-reachable, right, which means the phone is off, so the phone, it automatically, that code will push it to that call forwarding service. There's a busy, so if you're on the phone, so the phone, it gives you that information. I mean, it's not going to give you content or tell you what they're talking about. It'll give you the duration of the call, what type of call it is, or if it's a text message. So it give you some of those.
I'm just trying to keep it simple. There are some summary tables where it just sort of had the top 10 list or something, and it's a number of calls.
Oh, hot number list?
The hot number list.
Yeah.
And so that didn't tell us if anything actually went through, if it was a text, it was just how many communications
Just
we
how
had.
many communications they had on that day.
And we don't know if it's back and forth, if it's one way, anything.
It doesn't list any, it just shows communications for that individual's phone.
Okay. With regards to Justin Johnson, you're aware that Mr. Govan and he were doing music together, music business type stuff together. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of text messages between those two in the summer of 2021.
I can say this probably true.
Okay. And okay. With regards, so we've established that he's doing music with them, and you said, yeah, it's probably true. I would argue there were thousands of text messages about music with them. And with Cornelius, there was almost daily contact, even if it didn't make the hot list, where Cornelius would call Govan to go hang out at his house or come get pills.
I don't know what he was doing.
Right, but he did speak to you and said, I hung out with Govan a lot. I used to hang out at his house and stuff.
He said that he hung out at the house, yeah, and then bought drugs.
There were some text messages that you pulled up there. Did you look at a lot of text messages on Mr. Justin Johnson's phone?
I'm sure a lot of it did this.
All right. Did you go before July 27th, I think was the first date you went into?
I'm sure we did.
Okay. If I showed you text messages from before that, would you remember them?
I haven't seen him tell you that, but if you show them to me and I can remember them,
I'll do that.
let you know. I mean, I vaguely remember something about the studio.
I'm gonna admit that in evidence and say that is, text messages from Justin Johnson's phone
Between Josh Tate. Yeah,
on, July 9th of 2021.
correct.
Okay, does that appear to be true and accurate based on what you specifically yourself downloaded your software on the phone? That's where it would come from.
Yeah, this looks.
Okay, I'll offer that as a next exhibit.
Just that page or
Just that page.
two-sided?
It's two-sided. The front side is what matters, but it's two-sided because I was trying to say two.
I don't know which one is the front.
The front one is the one that's at the bottom dated 7/9/2021, 12/36/46. Did you ever see that?
Well, yeah, 12/30/56.
If you flip it around, Your Honor, the top one in the blue says 12/36/46.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm
So
talking about.
this is first page.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just gonna put a one.
Yes, ma'am.
Put a two. This is a single page of text messages that's been identified from Justin Johnson's phone. And it's two pages, it's a double-sided page, front and back. We'll mark this as exhibit number 26.
Publish Your Honor? Okay, I gotta be smarter than this, right? Sorry, guys. Robert, I'll let you figure it out. You're at 30. You get to be close to 60, you just can't figure this out. Okay, I'll just need you to scooch it as we go. All right, so the first text is from TZ to Justin Johnson, is that right?
Correct.
TZ, somebody you guys investigated, right?
Yeah, Joshua Tate.
Okay. Didn't charge him with anything.
He's deceased.
Okay, but prior to being deceased, you didn't charge him with anything.
Correct.
All right, go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, scooch him. And so this is Justin Johnson. Can you all even remotely see this? No.
They'll get it during
Okay. So on July 9th of 2021, Justin Johnson tells TZ, okay, we need to spin on street, excess ham, said Duke for show, pulled up on Dolphin Avenue. You see that? All right, we've already established ham was somebody that Justin Johnson was communicating with because you had it on one of your slides, right?
Correct.
I need a mugshot of him and that was what was shown on the slide, that's his photo.
Correct.
Okay. And then Duke, you know that's stupid Duke on the streets, right?
I don't know. There are a lot of Dukes.
Okay.
And at that time, I think Duke might have been, stupid Duke, the one you're referencing, might have been in custody at that time. I'm not.
Okay.
But there's multiple Dukes that are in that world that they're in.
Sure.
So I'm not sure who he's referencing.
And
Because
then
there's a Duke that's in their friendship.
Sure. And I know you don't know what's referencing, we don't know who's in custody. So there's also serial killer Duke, right? The one that's just, you know about, that's just dumb enough to shoot anybody. He's the gang member. I'm just asking.
I mean, I'm working that case, yes.
Okay.
I know who you're talking about.
Right.
I don't think that's a reference.
Okay. And then spin on street, what does that mean in gang parlance?
That they're gonna go shoot something up.
All right. So here we have on July 9th from Justin Johnson to TZ that we're gonna shoot something up, we're gonna pull up on Dolphin, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's take that one down. When? I know, but I gotta admit the next one, we're gonna do one more. Oh, okay, sorry, scooch it over, my bad. All right, so the next one from Justin Johnson to TZ is Dolph rented the whole studio out for the rest of the year. Call joke, let's make some. Right? That's what it says?
That's what it says.
And that's July 9th, right?
Correct.
Okay, because on the slideshow, we talked about reaching out to Jook on July 31st, but here they're saying, call Jook, we're about to go shoot somebody, possibly Dolph, on July 9th.
July 27th, but actually TZ, the text messages aren't in there, but if you have TZ's text messages, you'll see that TZ is the one that made the introduction to Mims, because he texts, TZ has a text with Mims saying that I got this rapper, his name is Straight Drop, and you need to meet him.
So you remember that specifically now?
I remember that text, that it was probably in Anthony Mims' cellular devices where I would think you could look, but there's an actual introduction there.
Okay.
Because Justin Johnson was in jail in May, and so sometime between May and July is when he sends that message, so that kind of gave us a time frame.
I get it, but a few minutes ago you said he would have met him at the weed shop, or wherever the smoke shop was, on July.
I'm just showing you that specific time frame.
Okay, so if TZ, if you're saying made the introduction to Justin Johnson to Jook, Govan didn't do that. You just said TZ made the introduction.
There's text message where he's making an introduction like, hey, TZ is telling Mims, I've got this guy.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he's introducing it as like, I got this guy.
I got you. All right. We can take that down here and go to the next exhibit. This next exhibit, Your Honor, will be 3 pages. It's single-sided, so once I go through it, I'll just give you a heads up. They're reviewing, yes, Your Honor. Deputy? I said 3, I'm sorry, it's 4 pages, Your Honor. I'm just going to hand you a 4-page exhibit for the witness.
I'm familiar with these.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor, as the next exhibit.
That's not what they are.
Okay, I'm sorry, they're text messages from, with,
Asking questions about.
okay, these are text messages from Justin Johnson?
They are.
Okay, and they're dated July 28th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay, and they're back and forth between him and Cuz Risky?
It's Casey Williams.
Okay. All right, can I offer those in evidence now since he recognizes that they're on? I think you just have to read it.
Well, what's the content?
I didn't want to.
Messages. I'm having to take your word that they're wrote. Just lay them down.
Okay, I just didn't want
Who
to.
the witness?
I will do that. All right. So on that first page, Justin Johnson is talking to Cuz Risky. They say okay. Then he says, "Don't see normal." That's somebody else, right? If you know.
No, so those are both from the same participant. Okay, don't see normal.
That's from Justin Johnson to Cuz Risky, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or no. No, it's.
See where it says
Is
from?
this from Justin Johnson's cellular device?
Yes.
Yes.
Everything's from Justin
Okay.
Johnson. So.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, don't seem normal is an outgoing text from Justin Johnson.
Right. And then Risky responds to Justin Johnson, "Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think." You remember that? You see that?
I see it.
Who is Shad?
Shad,
Shad.
Rashad Hill,
And who is that?
associate of Justin Johnson.
Okay. And then on the next page, Cuz Risky questioned "Don't see normal." You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Cuz Risky says, "If you all get a steamer or some LMK, I'm cash you out. I need some." You see that? What is a steamer?
Stolen vehicle.
Okay, so it's Cuz Risky asking them for if he's got a stolen vehicle he can pay for.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide says "Great home too." You see that? Who is Great?
Moochie Gray.
That's the one that got shot.
He didn't get shot.
Okay, but the one that shoot.
They attempted, yes, they went to the Turkey Drive. They were in the vehicle, and then Cornelius pulled off because he didn't feel like it was safe.
All right. And on the next slide, he says Muchina. That's Justin Johnson saying that.
Just referencing Moochie Gray.
Right, and the other fellow says, "Yeah, implying that's him," and then called, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that last one, just for the record, just says "pulling up."
Yeah.
Okay. I can take that back, and I'll offer that in evidence as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Extra relevance.
Relevance is they're talking about shooting people, which has nothing to do with Mr. Gomez at this point.
And then it's not good. Can I see the text? And who is Cuz Risky?
They said MC somebody, I don't know the legal name that I could find. The detective said who it was.
I know I'm not the most hit this person.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't understand this language.
I didn't know what spin the street was, but apparently if you Google it, it says shoot up the place, and that's what the detective actually agreed to. But my point here, Judge, is we've gone through a lot of instances of addresses and phone numbers and all that,
Okay.
saying Govan's mastermind, you look at, well, mastermind's my words, but you look at the call logs and this, and he must be coordinating everything, so it's arguing throughout this time. My point is Justin Johnson had connections way beyond Mr. Govan, and he's doing all this stuff on his own. That's what I'm trying to show the jury, that he didn't have to listen to Govan. He already had a direct line to Chuck, and he was trying to do other crimes, stealing cars, telling them where people were so they could be shot. He's a PRE member, and that's been going on.
Based on that argument, I understand why you asked to enter the previous exhibit 26.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I don't necessarily understand what that argument has to do.
It's essentially the same thing where he's tipping them off where they are. Remember, Mucci is a PRE member. They're out there to get PRE folks. And we've already established on July 1st that let Juke know we're going to do this. Now we're going out after other PRE member. That's the whole point. It's never going to say, hey, we are going to kill somebody.
Well, I understand that.
But there's been a ton of inferences of who called who, everything, as with arrows and slides that the government did.
Let me see the back. Right there.
The last exhibit is a little bit more direct, but you remember they said we have to go find people, and that's what Cornelius Smith spent the day talking about when we were riding and looking for people since August 13th and things like that. We're going to kill whoever. There was a price on everybody's head. It was just random. That's my point. They're tipping them off, and it's got nothing to do.
They are tipping.
Justin Johnson's tipping off other colleagues, and Govan is controlling it, which is what Cornelius said is Govan controlling everything.
Is Duke a PRE?
Yes, he's PRE. That's the person they're referencing that they see.
Right, that's what I was trying to figure out.
It's grape is also Mucci grape, so that's why you have grape Mucci grape. I'm sure she's got them all there.
I'm not reading no records.
She's reading the first one, not the one that has the.
You want to make a copy of them so we can all have a copy right in a second, or that you could?
I can.
Let the list go.
How many you need?
Hold on, I'm gonna give you all of them, so. Yeah, and then take this one too. Wait.
get these back to you, because you know what they are.
Yes, Your Honor.
Still working on one or two more, but these are the first one.
Okay.
So, those are copies. And I'm gonna give, actually give me a copy.
I just want you all over the green of the blue. It's a little easier to find it, right?
But I want the witness to testify. Okay. Give me a copy. What you can do is, Mr. Award,
Yes, Your Honor.
you would say, the one that's still right on top.
Yes, Your Honor.
The first text on the right is that blue or green. So I'll know.
Yes, that's in green. And
That's green.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the other one that you gave me,
What's the date on it, Your Honor?
the text message says August 22nd, 21.
Okay, got it.
And then the other one that's July 28th, 21.
Yes, Your Honor.
That blue or green.
Correct. And it should say 30137, the first text in green. Is that correct?
Wait.
July 28th, that's the one you're looking at right now.
July 28th and 21 at 301:37, right?
Yes,
Is that blue or green?
that is green, Your Honor.
I just kind of need to know so I can keep up. That's, thank you. I know you need. Are you ready? Y'all ready, Jordan?
Yeah, sure.
So the objection has been made to the two other, text message trails from Justin Johnson. Justin Johnson.
Could you tell me which dates you are considered marked them in your?
One is on July 28th of 21, and one is on August 22nd, 2020.
Yes, sure.
Okay. The court has already, admitted into evidence the one from July 9th.
Okay.
Alright. Ms. Taylor has made the objection as to why this is irrelevant when you try to intervene in the evidence. And your response.
The government's theory in this whole case is Mr. Govan has hired these two individuals to go shoot PRA members, and they're doing it as his direction, even though Joke's the hire for whatever he's doing. My position is Mr. Johnson has his own connections, he's doing it on his own, and therefore I'm trying to break the chain of the conspiracy, at least casting doubt on that, because there are clear text messages where he's identifying PRA members to other people. Either he's going to shoot them himself, as in shoot up the block, or we see Moochie Red Blue and they say pull it up. Whether the shooting took place or not, if you don't fire your gun, apparently it's not a shooting. So it's scared any points it up. But my point is this is happening and it undercuts this whole theory that Govan's sort of the ringleader of all this kind of stuff. That's what I'm trying to get at, because he's doing it over and over again in the exact conspiracy template on his own.
And still your response.
Actually, stay with or withdraw our application.
Oh, that's something. Let's get covered.
So we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell the witness to come back in. Please. You can bring the jury.
You understand? No, that one, Twitter. Okay, that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Or don't forget to have those text messages, that's what we were doing when she was just.
Correct.
Ready on it?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna re-offer the four-page text message chain from July 28th, 2021 that we were discussing in front of the original material.
This is a four-page document with text messages, and it's been identified as text messages from between Justin Johnson and
Cuz Risky, the detective was kind enough to give me his real name, but I don't remember.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. We're gonna mark this as exhibit 27.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and do the next one as exhibit just for brevity's sake. I'm going to actually think of, let's just go with this. I think I've got all the paper to confuse myself. So let's just go with exhibit 28. Excuse me, 27. Robert, would you do me the honor? Should I publish it here?
Yeah.
I know y'all can't see, but you'll have these with you. Okay, the 1625, Robert, can switch you down just a little bit. That's Justin Johnson, right?
Is that the same text that we?
Yeah, I just showed you.
That's Justin Johnson.
And you know his last four is 1625?
Correct.
Okay. And Cuz Risky, his real name is?
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. All right, so Justin says, okay, we talked about this, don't see normal. Route there now, I think Shad know where the hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. Route meaning paper route.
Paper route route.
Okay. And so that's a PRE member.
Correct.
And there's a beef between PRE and CMG.
Correct.
Okay. On the next slide, we've established that they've seen paper route, as you said. The question, don't see normal. And then the next one is if y'all get a steamer or some, I guess LMK's let me know I'm cash you out, I need some. And steamer was a stone covering. Correct. All right. And then the next text was Great Home 2, that's Moochie Great.
Yes.
That's a PRE artist as well.
Correct.
And then Justin says Moochina, again, Moochie Great, PRE number.
Correct.
Okay. And then we have a yeah, and we have a call me. And then we have a next page, please, Robert. It just says pulling up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, nobody got shot on that occasion, but that's,
Well, they attempted to shoot, he was providing more than that. Oh, sorry. Casey Williams was providing a lot of information to Justin Johnson on PRE members. I think he was screenshotting Terrence Baker's calls and sending them to him. He sent him Terrence Baker's father's address. And those are intertwined with the messages you were sending. He was providing information to Justin on PRE members.
okay, perfect. Deputy Sergeant, you get your steps. Two-page exhibit. It is text messages from Justin Johnson to Joe, and we can explain who that is. Okay, can I get that back? And that looked true and accurate from the Justin Johnson phone that you reviewed? Okay, I'll just offer that as a case.
He needs to testify to what we're.
Okay, all right, let's keep it
Don't
there.
know, very good, no, that testify.
All right. Justin Johnson texts, I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in the car, baby, right?
Correct.
All right. Chopping it up with Jook means what?
I'm assuming he's saying he's been talking to Jim.
Okay. Could chopping it up mean hanging out with somebody?
Generally means you're conversing.
Okay. And this was on July 31st, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is true and accurate from the downloads, I guess you did from Justin's phone? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I offer that in evidence then?
Any objection? This is a extraction report. And testified that these are text messages from Justin Johnson, the 1625 number to. Who anything up here?
I'm unaware who it is. I think in the thread it seemed like it was a female. I'm not sure who she was.
It's a 2-page document. We'll enter this. What date is it? It's July 31st.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll mark this as exhibit 28.
I took the other exhibits, so I'm guessing it's 28. Well, I'm just gonna publish it. So may I publish it? All right. This is what we just talked about. I was just chopping it up with Joe. My phone was in car, baby, right?
Correct.
I've been playing baby's girlfriend. He's had several, right?
That's probably specific, but I don't know.
Okay. And that was, July 31st, 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Just let me know when you guys are done with the other one. I thought you made you. Okay. Alright, I'm now going to show, without tripping, the witness a 3-page text message chain. If you could, please. So I think we go over the text message.
I mean, I don't remember these text messages, but they're in Justin's phone. So.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm gonna come up here since I'm waiting for another copy. All right. These are the text messages from August 25th of 2021. Okay. And Justin tells J-U-U, just pulled up onto Privé, right?
That's what he said.
Okay, Privé is the club that Joe owns, right?
Yeah, it's a restaurant I think he owned with his mother.
Okay, but it's a CMG restaurant.
I would say
Or
it's
Joe restaurant.
Anthony Mims is the restaurant that he owns with his mother.
Okay. And then the calls go on, not so much, but he's just talking about he's going out with Joe. I don't.
Attorney testifying or the witness testifying? No, not asking questions.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Joe.
Do you not have another copy of that?
I don't, because I get my other color copy, so. Here. What is the next one? Just go to the next page. We talked about going to.
Are we entering this in evidence? Was it already in evidence? Is it a question? Testifying about it, so it can be given in the evidence, I assume. But he's reading it, so the jury's. He's identified them as text messages from Justin Johnson. He said he didn't necessarily remember the text messages themselves, but you knew that they were text messages from Justin Johnson, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So,
I'm looking to offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
and so he's, should be testifying about what's in the message.
And that's what I was doing. I just need you to enter it into evidence. I'm going to move into it, or if you want to go over what.
I want you to go over what's in there.
Okay. So he's talking to Jew, maybe it's, and it's not a racial search, J-U-U is what it says. And he's
Why don't
talking.
you get him to explain what they say?
What
Get him
does
to
this
read
say?
it and explain it.
All right,
Says,
read it.
I'm here to FW Jook. I'm here to go out.
What is F? Tell us what that means in English.
I would assume that means fuck with.
Okay, that means hang out with.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next text message say?
The next text message says, I have on no clothes.
Okay, the next one.
Bring yo ass home.
Okay, go to the next one.
And then it's a response from Jew, which is need to take your ass home with 2 exclamations.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Jew about him being at Privé and not having the right clothes. He needs to go home.
Yeah, you can surmise that, it sounds like.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Check on the relevance. I don't know what Mr. Johnson's clothes has on, has anything to do with anything that we talked about. Yeah.
He's spending time with Joe. The whole issue is Mr. Bowman controls everything in this case, and Justin.
I didn't know that this was Jook we were talking about. You
Yeah.
said J-U-U.
That's to his girlfriend that he's hanging out with Joe on that date. That's what he says, I'm FW with Joe.
I don't know that. And see, the part of the problem is that the witness testified when he said that this text message on the beginning of the page 2, I'm here at FW Jook. I ain't here to go out.
Right.
The witness testified, you asked, does that mean I'm here hanging out with Jook? And he said it could just mean I'm here to F with Jook, I think is what he said, or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's 2 separate things.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting what the slang means on there. My whole point is he's spending time with Jerk on his own back in August. So if it's FW, if I'm mistaken about what it means, or just spending time with.
I don't necessarily know that that's what it means.
Okay. I don't either. That's why I asked the witness, and he said that's essentially what fuck with means, right?
Yeah.
And that is next exhibit, 28. 29.
Like, for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm just gonna stop for the text message. Just a couple more questions and call it a day, okay?
I'm here.
All right. With regards to, we've already established the last time Justin talked, or contacted Copan, we talked about the 2 weeks, all that stuff, in a couple of days with regards to correlation, so I don't rehash that, but with specifically regards to Justin talking to Jook on the 16th, he did make a phone call on the 16th, correct?
I'd have to see it again.
I'm highlighting for you, counting everything. I just pulled the actual page.
Did you change the time frame or anything?
You just tell me if I've done something wrong, you tell me.
No, because it's in, if sometimes people will take records, it appears to be on an Excel, and they'll actually roll them back themselves. I was just making sure. It shows on 11/16/2021 at 17:37, 15 hours. Looks like a 331 second outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
Right. And you did that much nicer on your slideshow. I just sort of went in and downloaded the actual CDR thing to show all the parts and lines. So Justin Johnson and Anthony Mims had a 6-minute call the day before the murder, the evening before the murder.
Well, it would have been, assuming these haven't been rolled back, it would have been 12:37.
Okay. But there's no dispute based on yours. I don't know if it's UTC plus or minus 6. They communicated for 6 some odd minutes the day before the murder. 300 something seconds, you said.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you're also aware that Justin sent Joke a turkey emoji the night of the 16th. You're not aware of that?
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't, I'm just saying I'm not aware.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just. If you could approach the witness, please. Objection?
I don't know what I'm getting at.
It's a text message from Justin to Joe the night before the murder. Oh, you approached him?
I thought this was next.
No,
Can
you
you
haven't
approach, please?
Okay, document.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, this is a text from Justin Johnson to Jook.
Can he testify about that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Who are the texts from?
So it's from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
And I know there's more than one text, but I'm concerned about the one on record.
I'm starting with the first one. It was on August 13th at 12:56 a.m.
Would you look at it again? Are you sure it's on November 13th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, November 13th. Okay, I'm sorry. 12:56 a.m. And it says, bro, we got put squeeze on Wicked. That video ain't really shit.
All right, and the next one, if you could say, that's the one I'm worried about, is the next one, the one from the 16th. You could review that, please.
Okay. November 16th, 2021, 4:37. It's Justin Johnson sending looks like a turkey emoji to Anthony Mims.
And so that's the only page I would offer, and that looks like that came from Justin Johnson's phone based on the numbers, and that's Jook's number that it goes to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need the second page, I was just doing a large version of that, Your Honor. So just the first page is all we're looking to.
Any objection?
No, just give her, I'll take it back, but we just need the first page. Get that back to you, please.
This is the text messages from Justin Johnson to Joe's phone. And the second message on the page appears to be emoji, something November. We'll mark this as 30.
And could I publish that now? And I know it's hard to see, but that's the text message that Justin sent to Joe the day before the murder.
The turkey emoji, yes.
Okay, thank you. Take it down. So we've already discussed all the hardware store and all the other stuff. With regards to Joe, did you all ever try to interview Joe?
Yes.
When did you try to do that?
When we executed a search warrant on his phone
Okay,
when he was at the airport.
okay. It wasn't annotated that you had talked to him anywhere in the police report, so lead detective said you guys never reached out to him. Is that incorrect?
I can tell you that they asked him, wanted to talk. Obviously, he said nothing to talk.
Okay, and did we do anything else after that?
We wrote the search warrant and we did the phone extract.
So the suspect that Mr. Cornelius said may have paid for his legal fees, all this other testimony we've heard, you went, even though the lead detective didn't know, you specifically went to talk to him and he said, no, I don't want to make a statement, as is my Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah, we executed a search warrant at the airport. I forget who it was, but either Freon or someone communicated with him to say, hey, we'll come talk. We knew what his response was going to be. And we knew what attorney he was going to talk to.
Okay. I get all that. Do defendants occasionally exercise their Fifth Amendment rights and keep their mouth shut?
100%.
So you don't quit on the investigation just because they won't talk to you. You continue, right?
100%.
And in this case, Cornelius is giving you specifics about what Jook did. You've got text messages from Justin Johnson about what Jook did. But there was no follow-up, not being mean or anything else. That whoever went to the airport, that was it with regards to Jook.
I don't get to make the decisions on what happens to Jeff.
I'm not asking who makes the decision. They're saying that was it. There was nothing else done with regards to Jook.
there was a lot of stuff, I mean, that's what we were doing.
I'll let it, I think I get it.
you guys go enjoy your evening. Don't talk about any of the testimony. And we'll be back here in the morning at 9:30 and we will work all day. Okay? So enjoy your evening. You hear no tip. Thank you.
Board remains in session.
Oh.
Court's in session, remain seated.
Could we excuse the witness?
Say again?
Could we excuse the witness for this moment?
So are you trying to clarify something?
Yes, I'm trying to clarify something.
Okay. We're still in session.
Robert, we're in session.
We're trying to clarify.
What I was saying is, yes, we talked about Ham, and Ham is Rashad Hill's brother? No? Okay. Here are the ones we've admitted. I'm trying to look for that one. I know we mentioned it, but so here, we're going to give you the one we said it's brother. So here's number 30, the original, that's the turkey one. This is 29, if you look at it, see if I missed something. I see it down here. It'll be, I'll take those back, so I'll just place them. It is on Exhibit 27. It is a text from Kazariski to Justin Johnson on July 28th. Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I see him over there before, I think. That's where.
And that's Rashad.
Is that shot at the shot hill? Or do you know?
I know that the shot was referenced throughout the phones amongst Justin Johnson and his associates. When they say shot, they were referring to Rashad.
That's what you testified to originally.
There's no text message to Shad or Rashad Hill. This is just saying who's there when they're talking about cheating somebody. Or, I'm not sure.
So, Ms. Taylor, this is a reference to Rashad.
We think.
Well, we think. He testified that based on his familiarity with these records, that this is, they're referring to Rashad and they're calling him Rashad or Shad. I don't know how what you're trying to enter into evidence now is relevant to this, because this doesn't, go ahead, I mean.
Can I see that? Well, there's so many that we are getting copies of, so.
And I don't call any other testimony, I won't say reference, but I won't call any other testimony regarding Rashad.
I'm here. However many days you need me, I'm good.
Yes, ma'am.
The state's contention is that, defense has made the argument, for these to be admitted as evidence, this particular text message to be evidence, to show that there was maybe a separate conspiracy, but this had nothing to do with Hernandez Hogan. This text message, references a shot, that Sergeant Brown has testified he believes to be Rashad Hill. The state would assert that there are messages, or at least communications between Rashad Hill and Hernandez Hogan at the same time that all of this is going on the same day. I think that that puts Hogan right back in the middle of association with him, not just a separate conspiracy going on, but all of this is on.
So it's your contention that it's all a part of the same conspiracy that Govin is involved in, he's just not a part of these communications?
Yes.
I don't even know what it is that we're objecting to. I mean, the text message just says shot is there. If that opens up the door, then everything comes in, you know, as far as that goes. He's talking to somebody else about a PRE member.
Who is he?
Justin Johnson is talking to somebody else about a PRE member. The PRE member says shot there, something, with some other names of other people. So I don't know how that opens up anything relevant. Just, he's referring to half a dozen people in there. It's not even his phone.
Not even who's phone.
Shad's phone, or Shad.
Do you have anything further?
Several of these text messages reference several different people.
Thank you. That was his point. They reference several different people. It would, your argument would be a lot more cogent if those messages or some messages had been from Justin Johnson to Shad or Rashad. But that's just a reference of him. And so I don't know that we have an objection here, but I'm not gonna allow your last question. So, although we have excused the jury for the day, you are on redirect. Other than that, do you have any other redirect?
We're done with the jury.
We're done. I just excused the jury. But if you don't have any other redirect, then this officer doesn't have to come back in the morning. Because that was your, if you, when I said, Ms. Taylor, do you have some redirect, that's how you.
I asked it to come back in the morning. I would make that. I tried.
No problem. No problem. I'm good to go? Okay.
All right. Any other matters we need to take up before in the morning?
I'm guessing the state only has one other witness, which is an
According to the list.
I'll have,
I was asking the state, as far as you know, you don't have any other witnesses?
No, not.
so I just try to figure out, excuse me, when to have my witnesses here. We don't know.
Right,
If there's
so
this-
he's gonna come back in the morning. I was told there's not gonna be much more for him, but we'll see. And then their last witness, you probably need to have your witnesses here by 10:30, 11, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna have some other folks run, so could we respectfully ask for 11? If they don't have questioning, I'll get in here earlier, but I just don't wanna be
That's fine.
dragging cars back and forth, that was the reason.
That's fine.
Okay, we just have one car.
Just one witness.
One car, we have multiple. I
Oh,
just
you
gotta
got
go.
one, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, if it looks like things are going a lot quicker than we expect, then see your call.
All right, otherwise, if it doesn't, just give me a second, I'll text and we'll get it going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
if we finish
Right,
everything
let's
tomorrow.
talk about it tomorrow. I anticipate, based on your proof, being finished with the proof sometime tomorrow, fairly early.
Well, Trey on Ingram may take a few minutes, remember that one sort of went through the motions. So that's the only one that could take, and the others are relatively quick.
Okay. That still would hopefully get us to mid-afternoon.
Right, we will finish before 5, there's no doubt about that.
And so I am working on the jury charge.
For sure.
I will email a draft of that, so you at least know those things in it that I'm including, and I'll give you an opportunity to, we'll discuss that on the record. You'll ask for making motions of anything you want added or something you think is not appropriate. But I will send you emails of that this evening. We'll see how early we finish tomorrow. If we finish in decent time, I'll go ahead and start the jury. Unless we finish extremely early, we probably won't close until Thursday. But go ahead and be working on it, because if we've got time, you know.
All right. Okay. Sounds good.
Anything else?
There you go.
All rise. This honorable court is adjourned till tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m.
Good morning. Good morning. We met last week, but for formality's sake, my name is Iris Williams, and I represent the state of Tennessee. When I was a kid, one thing that my mom always told me is that there are few things that we can control. But one of those things are our choices. Our choices can move mountains. Our choices can get us into trouble. And our choices can mean life and death. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about choices. You're going to hear a lot of evidence this week. You're going to hear a lot of names. But the name that I want you to remember is Hernandez Goban. And I want you to remember the choices he made. And even more importantly, I want you to remember the consequences of those choices. Picture this. November 17th, 2021. The victim, Adolph Thornton, and his brother. They pull up to Makita's Cookie Shop on Airways Boulevard. They park the car, they get out, they talk to the cashier, and seconds later, a white Mercedes pulls up and Adolph Thornton is gunned down and killed. You'll hear from Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, the medical examiner in this case. She'll tell you that Thornton's body had around 20 gunshot entrance wounds to his neck, his chest, his arms, and a catastrophic injury to his face. But how did we get here? How do we start? Where will we begin? This trial will begin with Erica Thornton. She'll tell you that she is Mr. Thornton's sister. She'll tell you about the last time that she saw her brother alive. And she'll tell you when she heard that he was gone. And after Ms. Thornton testifies, you'll hear from Mr. Raoul Hopkins. He'll tell you that he worked for security for Thornton for years. And Adolph Thornton just wasn't Adolph Thornton. He was known across the city as Young Dolph, a musician. His music, his artistry, his journey, his ambition inspired and spoke to this city in ways that a lot of artists just couldn't do. Thornton made his own way in the music industry. And he created a label called PRE, Paper Route Empire. Hopkins will tell us about it. He'll tell us that Adolph Thornton made his way in the music industry and created opportunities for other artists. But when you create opportunities for others, some people don't seem to like that. So Hopkins will tell us about another label, CMG, also known as Cocaine Music Group. He'll tell us about the history and the tension between these two labels. He'll tell us that CMG wanted Thornton as their own, but when he decided to pave his own way, when he decided to be self-made, he became CMG's enemy. Hopkins is going to set the stage for how this story truly began. And after Hopkins, you'll hear from Cornelia Smith. And this is when it all will click. Smith is a co-defendant. He'll tell you that he met Govan in 2021. They met through Smith's friend, Bobby Carter. And Smith has a couple of nicknames for Govan. He calls him Big Bro or Quet. Govan started out by selling drugs to Smith, pills more specifically. But that's not the only thing that Govan did. Govan chose Smith. And Govan chose him to do a job. Govan also chose Justin Johnson, another co-defendant, to do that same job. A job that ended in the life and death of Adolph Thornton Jr. He chose two desperate people. Smith, needing money, needing to support his family. Justin Johnson, an aspiring and up-and-coming rap artist that wanted to be on CMG's label, the very label that Govan had access to and was affiliated with. Smith will also talk about a meeting at Govan's house. The people present at that meeting were Smith, Govan, Justin Johnson, and Anthony Mims, also known as Big Jook. Now, Jook is the number 2 person at the CMG label. Smith will tell you that Govan said that there was a bounty on Adolph Thornton's life. In fact, there were multiple bounties on PRE artists. Govan told Smith that there was a $100,000 bounty on Adolph Thornton's life, and that the money was good. The money was guaranteed if Smith and Johnson completed this job. So what did they do? What did the 2 desperate people do? They agreed. And Govan asked for a $10,000 cut from each of them. He chose to ask for this cut from each of them. And one thing that is important to note is that Smith and Johnson didn't even really know each other, but they knew Govan. Govan was the link between them. So let's fast forward to November 2021. Smith hears that Thornton and other PRE artists are in town. It's Thanksgiving time. PRE often hosts turkey drives at different locations across the city, so they knew that they were around. Justin Johnson picks up Smith from Smith's father's house, and they go hunting. They get to a stoplight on Airways, and at that stoplight, they see a special car pass through. And what is that car? A blue camouflage Corvette. Most people in Memphis know that there is only one person in this city that drives that car in this region of town. Adolph Thornton. So what does Smith and what does Johnson do? They follow that car. They follow that car. The car parks at Nikita's cookie shop. And seconds later, Smith and Johnson pull up in a stolen white Mercedes, gun down, and kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in broad daylight. They get back in the car, speed off, but not before Thornton's brother, Marcus Thornton, fires shots and shoots Smith. So Smith and Johnson are in this stolen white Mercedes. But where do they go? They go to ditch the car. They ditch the car, and we'll hear from Sergeant Davney that the car was left at 1174 Bradley Street, which they later found out is directly across the street from the defendant's home. After they ditch the car, Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson go to an apartment complex to change clothes and clean up their rooms. Cornelius notices something. He doesn't have his phone. He realizes that he left his phone in the white Mercedes, the murder car that they left across the street from the defendant's house. So what does he do? He uses Justin Johnson's phone to contact his own girlfriend, Angela Arnold, and you will also hear from her. You'll hear from Angela Arnold, and you'll hear from Cornelius Smith that she picked him up from that apartment complex. When she picked him up, he told her what happened. He told her that he was hurt, and he told her that he was missing his phone. So what did he do next? Smith contacted Govan from Angela Arnold's phone and asked to meet so he could get his phone back. Ladies and gentlemen, there are copious amounts of phone records, and Sergeant Browning will testify that these call detail records will support what Smith is saying. And if that's not enough, Angela Arnold will tell you that she and Smith met with Govan after the murder so that Smith could get his phone back. But that's not where it is. Smith will tell you that at that exchange, Govan gave him money to buy a car cover, to hide the white Mercedes, to hide the murder car that was parked directly across the street from his own home. Not only that, but the day before Cornelius Smith was arrested, he ran into Govan. Govan was concerned. Govan was worried that Cornelius Smith had not been paid. And so what did he tell Smith? He told Smith that he was going to go to Privé to make sure Smith got his money. Privé is a lounge and restaurant that's affiliated with CMG artists. Ladies and gentlemen, choices. A choice to get two desperate people to agree to murder Adolph Thornton. A choice to guarantee them money a choice to ask for a cut of that money, a choice to help one of the killers get his phone back after the murder, a choice to make sure that one of the killers got paid after the murder. Choices. When you hear all of the evidence, and when you hear all of the videos and look at all the photos and exhibits, you will see the consequences of Govan's actions. Violence, death, loss. A man, a human being, taken from this world in one of the most shocking of ways, getting cookies for his family in broad daylight in his neighborhood during the holidays. At the end of this week, the state will be asking you, the jury, to make a choice. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and first-degree murder. Last week in jury selection, we talked about theories of conspiracy and criminal responsibility. And once you have heard all of the evidence, the state will ask you to make a choice and find Hernandez Govan guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Need to switch the screen.